Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you've had your lunch. I'd like to welcome you to this session, Accelerating Offshore Wind in the Philippines, Policy Innovation and Supply Chain Readiness. Brought to you by, of course, the Asian Development Bank, the Department of Energy, the Global Wind Energy Council, the Global Offshore Wind Alliance, the Norwegian Energy Partners, and of course, the Norwegian Embassy here in Manila. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you've had your coffee, right? Because today, obviously, is a very interesting session. I was telling Anna, this is double the number that we had last year. And I can imagine why. Why do you think? Because the auction is coming very soon, in about 2 months' time, right? Everyone wants to know who have participated and who will win, right? And I can see also some friends from my favorite bank, BDO. That's not an endorsement, but it is a favorite bank because they're ready to finance your project as soon as you win in the auction, together with other banks, of course. All right. To give the opening remarks, allow me to call Mr. Geir Mikkelsen, the Deputy Head of Mission of the Royal Norwegian Embassy.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. Distinguished guests, colleagues, partners, ladies, gentlemen. On behalf of the Royal Norwegian Embassy, it is my great pleasure to welcome you here today to today's conference on offshore wind development in the Philippines. I would like to extend a special thank you to our partners who helped make this event possible. The Department of Energy of the Philippines, the Asian Development Bank, the Global Offshore Wind Alliance, the Global Wind Energy Council, and the Norwegian Energy Partners, who are all represented here today. Through their leadership and collaboration, they are helping create the conditions necessary to develop a thriving offshore wind sector in the Philippines. And I would also like to take this opportunity to welcome representatives from government agencies, development institutions, industry leaders, developers, investors, academia, civil society. Your presence here demonstrates the growing momentum behind offshore wind and the shared commitment into building a sustainable energy future for the Philippines. The Philippines stands at an exciting crossroads at this moment. With its vast maritime territory, strong wind resources, and growing demand for clean, reliable, and affordable energy, the country has an opportunity to become one of Asia's leading offshore wind markets. Offshore wind can play a critical role in embracing energy security, diversifying the energy mix, creating jobs, attracting investment, and supporting the country's climate ambitions. Norway knows a little bit about harnessing the power of the sea and surviving on it. For more than 50 years, Norway has developed world-leading expertise in offshore industries. We started off in the oil and gas sector, where Norwegian companies pioneered technologies and operational standards in some of the world's most challenging maritime environments. Today, this expertise is increasingly being used in connection with renewable energy and broader energy transition. Norway is powered primarily by renewable energy, with around 90% of electricity being generated from hydropower. We are also investing heavily in offshore wind, carbon capture and storage, hydrogen, battery technologies, and green maritime solutions. In fact, Norway is developing both bottom fixed and floating offshore wind projects at this moment. We're building on the decades of offshore engineering experience. Through Norway and the broader Norwegian offshore ecosystem, Norwegian companies contribute expertise across the entire offshore value chain for wind, from project development, maritime operations to subsea engineering, installation, logistics, digital solutions, certification, safety, and environmental stewardship. Many of these companies are represented here today. So use the opportunity to talk to each other and get to know a bit about what we, Norway, can provide. And the lessons learned by the work we have done in the decades before is important, can also add value for in many places of the world. Today's conference reflects the importance of international cooperation. The Department of Energy has taken significant steps to advance offshore wind development in the Philippines, while organizations as the Global Offshore Wind Alliance and the Global Wind Energy Council, the Asian Development Bank, the World Bank Group, industry stakeholders continue to support the policy, the regulatory and the investment frameworks needed to build a successful offshore wind industry. That isn't done in a day, but you have to start and you have to push forward. What is especially encouraging is that today's discussions go beyond the turbines themselves. We will explore the entire ecosystem required for success: grid readiness, ports, logistics, standards and certification, supply chain development, safety, financing, and local industry participation. The question is no longer whether offshore wind can play a role in the Philippines for their energy future. The question is how we can work together to ensure that it's developed efficiently, sustainably, and in a way that creates long-term value for the Filipino communities and businesses. Norway stands ready to be a long-term partner for that journey. We believe that through collaboration, knowledge sharing, innovation, and strong private-public partnerships, we can help unlock the tremendous offshore wind potential in the Philippines. I hope that today's discussions inspire new ideas, strengthen partnerships, and contribute to concrete actions that move this industry forward. Thank you all for joining us here this afternoon, and I wish you all a productive and successful conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ger. To give his opening remarks, please let's welcome Mr. Pradeep Tarakan, the Director for Energy Transition of the Asian Development Bank.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon to all of you. Wow, it's day one of ASEF and we're off to a running start. It's amazing to see this room full of people. And as we heard, the numbers have doubled since last year for this particular event. So that's an indication of the interest. It gives me great pleasure to welcome all of you to the Asian Development Bank. I'd like to express my deep appreciation to Innovation Norway and the Norwegian government, the organizers of this ASEF 2026 pre-forum workshop, for their participation and partnership support to the ASEF. Thank you to Mr. Mikkelsen for being here. Thanks also to Janice Chong from GWEC. I see her in the back over there. Offshore wind, as you heard, plays a critical role in helping large economies transition to net zero. By providing abundant, reliable, and scalable renewable energy, it can replace fossil fuels and drive a low-carbon transformation. But more importantly, especially in developing Asia, we're also talking about enabling new industries and growth and jobs, ensuring that the energy transition is not just green, but also inclusive. Just a couple of weeks ago, a few colleagues and I, we visited the port of Esbjerg in Denmark. I hope I said it correctly. So Esbjerg is the world's largest base port for offshore wind activities and Denmark's largest installation port. Built in 1866 as a sleepy fishing hub, it has transformed itself over the last 2 decades to serve the offshore wind industry in the North Sea and in Western Europe at large. So Denmark's largest offshore wind farm, Onsrev 1, was installed in 2002 from SBA. And today we saw purpose-built facilities for assembling, transporting, storing, shipping, servicing offshore wind turbines, hosting a full supply chain with several of the world's leading companies in the sector. We saw giant ships for erection, for installation. We saw crew transfer vehicles for servicing. So this was an indication and an example of a real life transformation of an entire port and the creation of an entire ecosystem, which Mr. Mikkelsen mentioned earlier today. We didn't get a chance to see the offshore wind facilities in Norway, but we saw a lot of other impressive facilities relating to carbon capture and storage, use of AI in the industrial sector, and so on. So I think partnership, developed countries that have some experience in deploying this technology, working with the Asia Pacific, is the way to go. And ADB is happy to be facilitating that. Now, on the Philippines itself, the government has taken a lot of steps in the right directions. Executive Order 21, issued in 2023, establishes a clear policy and administrative framework. The government, as you know, is moving forward with the first green energy auction dedicated to bottom-fixed offshore wind. And at ADB, we have been supporting the government through the entire journey, through the entire development cycle, from enabling policy to downstream investment. Our upstream work contributed to shaping the regulatory and planning architecture, including designing the green energy auction, developing of environmental and social safeguards, amending the Philippine grid code, something that's really important, and supporting port development planning. And our private sector teams are actively working with the bidders to enable investments as and when they are ready. A colleague of mine, Yuichiro Oe, will be speaking in one of the later panels today and sort of weighing in on the investment opportunities. Today, I'm also pleased to announce another milestone. ADB has become a member of the Global Offshore Wind Alliance. Through this membership, we hope to bring a regional perspective, deepen collaboration with developing member countries, industry and development partners, and accelerate offshore wind development across the region. Now, scaling up offshore wind is not just a capital problem. It's not just it's not a project specific issue. It's also a materials and supply chain story. No single country can manufacture every component and build the entire value chain domestically. We need an integrated, secure, and resilient supply chain that leverages the strengths of different markets, looks for complementarities, and supports industry growth at scale. So today's seminar will also give us an opportunity to examine the pieces of that puzzle. So my colleague, Annika Zeiler, will be sharing findings from the ADB GVAC ASEAN, a lot of acronyms in a row, but you know all of them. ADB GVAC ASEAN Wind Supply Chain Study, including insights from the Philippines. So that presentation is coming later today. And I hope today's presentation is interactive, it's interesting, and helps move the Philippines from potential to projects, and from projects to a resilient offshore wind industry. Thank you very much, and all the very best.
And finally, to give her opening remarks, let's all welcome, please, Ms. Janice Chong, the Head of Policy for Global Wind Energy Council and the Policy Advisor for Global Offshore Wind Alliance. Janice?
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much for my co-organizers for this event, the ADB, Norwegian Embassy, NORWEP, Department of Energy, as well as the Global Offshore Wind Alliance that I also represent here today. It's super encouraging to see, and it's very good to hear that the size of this room has doubled over the past year. Such a strong and diverse group gathered here today, from policymakers, from developers, financiers that I heard. It's exactly what we need for a coalition and cooperation that offshore wind requires. Without giving too much away, as we will launch as GWEC, the Global Offshore Wind Report, tomorrow in Hanoi, Vietnam. The global outlook for offshore wind remains strong. Capacity has reached 92.5 gigawatts by the end of last year. Annual installations expected to double in this year, to triple by 2030, and also exceed 50 gigawatts per year by 2035. Over the next decade, more than 300 gigawatts of new capacity could be unlocked, and APAC sits at the center of this growth story. But we also need to be honest about the context that we are operating here. Recent disruptions that we all know about, affecting key maritime choke points, have once again highlighted a simple truth, uncomfortable sometimes, that heavy reliance on imported fuels creates structural exposures to external shocks. And this is not a new lesson. We've seen it once in 1973. We see it most recently in 2022. The circumstances and the context around it changes, but the structural vulnerabilities doesn't. At the same time, this moment represents a clear opportunity. In APAC, for example, a lot of the thinking has shifted to resilience, to energy security, and the case for domestically available, scalable, and clean energy solutions have never been stronger. Offshore wind sits at the center and is uniquely positioned to contribute in that transition. It's important to understand that offshore wind is not just another, renewable technology. It has got unique variables such as variable base load. It has long-term system-defining attributes as well. Once built, it can provide stable, high-capacity delivery for up to 30 years in some cases through political cycles, geopolitical uncertainty, market volatility, without fuel imports or exposure to global commodity cycles. It creates an economic multiplier beyond the electricity it generates, where economic value circulates domestically within a country through manufacturing, port and infra, logistics, etc., things that we will be discussing throughout the conference today. And for the Philippines, where import dependence currently remains high, offshore wind is energy security as a solution and in practice. It's therefore very significant and very exciting that the Philippines has moved forwards to GF5, sends a clear signal that offshore wind is part of its country's long-term energy strategy. But that ambition now needs to become execution, implementation, and scale as well. And so the next 24 months will be quite critical. It's important to note that as markets mature, it becomes easier, right? There is a clear pathway to cost reduction as well. At the same time, our analysis shows that almost 25 gigawatts of offshore wind projects outside of China are stalled, permitted and ready, but they lack grid connections. They're unable to reach final investment decisions, and also they're not actively de-risked. Every year of this delay means higher system costs and continued exposure to volatility as well. And partnerships like the ones that we're seeing here today are very important to solve these bottlenecks. Norway and the Philippines, together with institutions, and very excited and very happy that the Asian Development Bank has joined the Global Offshore Wind Alliance as well. They bring out each other's strengths. So I want to reiterate that the economic fundamentals for offshore wind has always been in place. What's needed now is the right delivery architecture that is holistic, meaning not just looking at the projects itself, but also at infrastructure and practical cooperation mechanisms to get there. We shouldn't have 2028 or 2030, the images that are there be of volatility, be of stranded tankers in waters. It should be of wind turbines throughout all across the Asia Pacific, in the Philippines, and also in Korea and Vietnam and Japan, etc., delivering secure, indigenous, clean, reliable power to homes, to industries, and also schools and hospitals. And thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Janice, for that. Let's now go to serious business. No? I've worked with this person since 2010, and what I realized is after 16 years, she has never aged. No? And especially on offshore wind, no, which we have been working on for the past 2 years. No? And finally, the DOE launched it, no? And the registration is over. So please, I'm sure you're keenly awaiting all the information that she will share with us. Maybe she will share who have registered. Not yet. All right. But it would be nice to know what's going on and what's going to happen in the next few weeks. Ladies and gentlemen, how about a big warm of applause for Undersecretary Mylene Copongcol of the Department of Energy.
I hope you see me. Well, again, to our organizers and host of this event, the Norwegian Embassy, headed by Deputy Head of Mission Gear, not Gear Price, but Gear. Norwegian Energy Partners, the Asian Development Bank, Global Wind Energy Council, GWEC, and Global Offshore Wind Alliance, GOA. Distinguished guests, colleagues in the government and the private sector, good afternoon. My task this afternoon is to provide you with an overview of the current state of the offshore wind development in the Philippines, highlight key milestones and initiatives, discuss the challenges we continue to face, and explore the opportunities that lie ahead of our organizations, our communities, and the next generation of innovators. While we have made progress in establishing the offshore wind industry in the Philippines, there remain important opportunities and challenges ahead. Building a sustainable and thriving offshore wind ecosystem requires more than just technology alone. It requires collaboration, investment in people, and supportive policies, strong communities, and of course, a shared vision for innovation and national development. This afternoon, I was tasked to present the policy and the market direction for offshore wind development in the country that aims to accelerate and innovate the supply chain in offshore wind development. Okay, let me start by stating the goal that the Department of Energy has. And as you may know, in our National Renewable Energy Program and the Philippine Energy Plan, we have targeted attaining 35% of renewable energy share by 2030. As of end 2025, after being stagnant at 22% since we start the initiative, we are now at 25%. And we are looking forward to achieving 35% by 2030. This is despite that coal or conventional power fuels remains to be the biggest. Right now, having a share of 57% as of end 2025. Now, how do we get to the 35% and to the 50% renewable energy share? So this is all in renewable energy, no? And based on our initial runs, we need around 12.3 gigawatt by 2030 and 26.1 gigawatt of additional RE capacity to reach 44%. No? So if we continue to move into all the direction to support renewable energy programs and even the projects, the contract we issued, we're confident that we will be able to meet the target. Now, in view of our policy of improving our sustainability, and of course, we came up with what we call the energy transition strategies, and it has 6 segments. One is to accelerate the development of renewable energy projects as well as clean energy technologies and solution, build port and infrastructure to support offshore wind. No, this is dedicated to the offshore wind industry, and of course, build and develop smart and green transmission system. Of course, to support other energy transition policy is to facilitate the voluntary or early decommissioning of coal plants in the countries. And of course, on the side of fuel, we want to decarbonize transport sector through electric vehicles and, of course, mainstream energy conservation and energy efficiency in the country. Now, when we launch actually this target, and including the development of the offshore wind, no, our management, through the support of the Department of Justice, has clarified that renewable energy can be 100% foreign owned. But of course, there are challenges, and we are continuously assisting those companies, and we thank them because most of them are in the offshore wind industry. Second, we deem that in lieu of the development and the market mechanism that we have been putting in place as a result of the Electric Power Industry Reform Act as well as the Renewable Energy Act, we facilitate the issuance of policy providing preferential dispatch for all RE, because in the RE law, it's only the run-of-river or the FIT eligible power plants who are what consider mass dispatch. But there are geothermal, there are impounding hydro and other technologies that we deem should be given the priority dispatch. So we issued that in 2022. And lastly, to support the offshore wind projects in the country, the President or the Malacanang has issued what we call Executive Order 21 dedicated for offshore wind. This specified the requirement of all the permitting agencies, no, on the timely issuance and recognition of the offshore wind projects in the Philippines. Now, these are some of the output or the market mechanism in which renewable energy developer, including offshore wind developers, can look into as they pursue their projects, no? And also we are been supporting procurement of corporate company or companies in sourcing renewable energy. So as you know, we have been pursuing the green energy auction program, and then of course the ancillary service is a potential support also in doing renewable energy projects. Now, as of the latest, we have around 95 offshore wind contracts that were issued, out of which it has a total capacity of about 72 gigawatt. Imagine our demand is only at 19 as of December 20. But you may notice that Southern Mindoro has the largest contract areas and has the largest potential capacities if will be pursued. Now, so it takes a lot of effort from all of the stakeholders to really help and facilitate the realization of these projects, no? But it's not easy. There's a lot of problem and challenges we're heading on. Now, JF5 has been mentioned since the start of the program, and I would like to inform you that the notice of auction, as you may know, was issued last November 2025. And the registration for qualified suppliers were made from March 2 to March 16 of this year. So I guess there are nine companies who were qualified, and now they are being evaluated on the second step, which is on the infrastructure plan. No, so we are targeting by July 3, there will be the list of potential bidders for the offshore wind. No? So it will now continue, and we hope that we will issue the certificate of award between February 2 to July 14 of next year. No? So the target still is first injection or the project to come online by 2028 to 2030. Now, two of the most requirement or support that is needed is both the transmission line, because they say there will be no transition without transmission, and of course ports play a critical role in the developing the offshore wind projects. And until we came up with an innovative way in which a port is not needed, then that would be a welcome um, um, development for our country. And of course, no, with the JEA coming expected to come online by between 2028 to 2030, we're seeing two ports that may be supportive of these bidders, that can help deliver the projects by JEA timelines. So grid actually and ports are two of the major deliverables or a de-risking tool that the Department of Energy has committed, to our offshore wind developer. So if we won't be able to deliver, then it might be considered as force majeure. Now, next is on the challenges. Now, we all know that these are some of the major challenges for the offshore wind development. Of course, permitting and tenure instrument has been a big headache or challenge to us. And then as far as the market support, I believe the Department of Energy has been doing a lot of innovative policies and frameworks to be able to make use of the generation coming from this offshore wind. And as mentioned earlier, we have the ports infrastructure and the grid assets availability, which we are working together with our partner agencies. Now, some of the key challenges or key studies that we are doing, and we would like to thank all the partners, the donor, and the council and everyone who have been supporting us in developing studies, to enable our offshore wind. No, I will not discuss them, but again, we have support from ADB and World Bank on the JEA, IFC again on the JEA auction preparation. Permitting and consenting has been supported by USAID, Marine Spatial Planning with ETP and UNOPS. Also, there are workforce and capacity building developed by, I guess, GWEC and conducted by the RMI. So all of these are being studied and will be continually implemented and developed. Now, this is just to give you a snapshot of the green energy auction program. So in the last auction we had covering solar, wind, the traditional pump storage, hydro, and other, there's about 22 gigawatt that were awarded and auction. But of course, we're feeling the birth pains, particularly for JO1, because some of them, they said that the rate is quite too low for them to recover, considering at the time when we did the auction, there was no Ukraine-Russian war yet. And the COVID actually still affect, no? So right now, for JF5, it will be at 3.3 gigawatt of fixed bottom. And ERC has recently issued a gear price of 11 pesos per kilowatt hour, which I guess a lot have been saying it's high, no? But again, there are societal benefits aside from having more generation coming from the offshore wind. And to support our offshore wind projects, we have what we call the Renewable Portfolio Standards. This is a mandatory policy that requires distribution utilities or load-serving entities in the grid area to source or to buy certain percentage of renewable energy. And this is where the auction projects are being used, no? And then for the off-grid, I'm envisioning particularly that later on there will be a separate transmission or sub-transmission that will cater, no? Just to make the optimal choice for our consumers, no? And then it's in the form of what we call renewable energy certificate. And for every 1 megawatt hour of energy generated from what we call RPS eligible power plants, which means these power plants started commercial operation in 2009 and beyond, no? So they're qualified and tagged as RPS eligible and can be used and can generate RECs that can be used for their RPS compliance. So we now have what we call the renewable energy market, no? And then another support is the energy certificate. We all know that the Philippines will soon come up with a carbon market policy through the Department of Finance, but the DOE is now ready with the energy certificate policy, which will be incorporated in the overall government policy on carbon market. And of course, another market for the offshore wind developer is what we call the virtual power purchase agreement. So any consumer or corporate wanting to secure green and sustainable energy without disturbing the connection or the current connection of those customers can enter into the virtual power purchase agreement with an offshore wind development in the country. So those are the things that the DOE has been doing, and we would like to thank everyone for your continued support to the Department of Energy in this endeavor. Again, that ends my presentation. Thank you and good afternoon.
Thank you, Yusek Mai. Just to clarify, now the target that we have is installation target, right? The 25% currently and the 35% by 2035 and 50% by 2040. So that's installed capacity, not generation. All right. Actual generation. Okay. All right. Let's clarify that later on. Did you catch the most important detail that she mentioned? Anyone? I'll give you a Starbucks certificate if you did. No? You did not? How many registered for the auction? 9. All right. So my friends at the financing side, you have 9 people to meet, right, for their financing. All right. Our next speaker, before we go to the panel in a while, to discuss Southeast Asia and the Philippines offshore wind development in a global context, let's all welcome Ms. Nina Mecolian, the Policy Officer of Global Wind Energy Council.
Hello, good afternoon. It's great to be here. My name is Nina, and today, jumping ahead. So I'll talk a little bit about the Southeast Asia and the Philippines offshore wind development in more global context. The whole afternoon, I'm sure you've heard GWEC come up, Global Wind Energy Council, but maybe like a quick word about us. GWEC is the voice of the global wind energy industry. We bring together leading national wind energy associations around the world, from Asia to Africa to Latin America. We have a vast network of global and regional institutional partners that we work with, Asia Development Bank, IFC, IRENA, IEA, as well as a network of ecosystem initiatives such as Global Offshore Wind Alliance, Ocean Energy Pathways, and Asia Clean Energy Coalition. Our members represent over 150, we have over 150 companies as our members from 80 countries around the world, including manufacturers, developers, component suppliers, researchers, etc. All right, let's get into the more interesting bit. So as part of our work we do as market intelligence. So this year, well, for 2025, we have installed 165 gigawatts of wind energy. That is 40% year-on-year increase, record-breaking. For onshore wind, we installed 155 gigawatts, which is the first time ever over 150 gigawatts. For offshore wind, it's third best year with 9.3 gigawatts installed. This brings us total 1.3 terawatts of global capacity installed in 138 countries that is powering over 120 million households. Some of the biggest markets are China, US, Germany, India, and Brazil. Isn't that impressive? So when looking at global offshore wind specifically, as I mentioned, we installed 9.3 gigawatts, which is 16% higher than the previous year, bringing the total capacity to 92.5 gigawatts. China led the installations with 6.6 gigawatts of new capacity. In APAC, we only had Taiwan and South Korea bring projects online. Europe commissioned 2 gigawatts, and UK connected over 1 gigawatt. The United States remains to be the only country in the Americas that brought projects online. Sadly, we didn't see offshore wind capacity commissioned this year, or I guess in 2025. But 97.8 megawatts was under construction by the end of last year. We saw 11.4 gigawatts of offshore wind capacity awarded globally in 2025. Now, this is not an exceptional year. In fact, it is only 1/5 of the capacity of the previous year. And this is due to enough failed auctions we saw in Europe and sort of industry needing to recalibrate itself. Right. So maybe do we take a step back and all these impressive numbers that we have installed and all the work yet to be done. Why do we need offshore wind? We're going through yet another global energy crisis. I mean, we had one in 2022. Now we're having a repeat energy crisis. And if you can see, these are cyclical crises. And what's causing it is the global supply of fossil fuels. Now, when you look at offshore wind, it is anchored in the seabed of the country. There is no fuel to buy. There is no supply to be disrupted. There are no commodity markets to be volatile. It delivers with certainty for up to 30 years through wars, pandemics, and financial crisis. And if you think about it, there is also, so from 2022, 86 countries put together 1.5 billion USD to bail out fossil fuels. Now that's a cost that could have been put into building 500 gigawatts of offshore wind. I hope I made my case clear. Offshore wind is also an indigenous resource. It sits where it's most needed, on the coast where population is huge and demand is growing. One development zone can populate millions of homes, and you can see Dogger Bank, one of the good examples, that it powers over 6 million households. Offshore wind delivers at scale. Capacity factors match those of efficient gas plants, and it is roughly double the capacity of solar PV. Very impressive example is the South Fork wind farm that reaches 53% net capacity factors. Offshore wind is also variable baseload, and it stabilizes power systems and eases system planning. Now, when it comes to cost, I know a lot of the times we discuss why it's expensive, but let me argue that when evaluated on the total system cost, it is actually cheaper and it brings down consumer prices. Southerly 10 did a wonderful study looking at the 9 gigawatts of offshore wind in Gippsland, Australia. And when you look at it from a total system perspective, it actually saved consumers 8.6 billion Australian dollars. You can see the little breakdown and how much money was saved in different areas. But the key point here is understanding that once you make this initial investment in offshore wind and support infrastructure, it creates this pathway towards cheaper, it creates this pathway towards cheaper offshore wind farms that will be coming in the future. Bringing manufacturing, ports and grids, these are all sort of initial investments that will lower the cost eventually. So here again, looking at this curve between cost and market maturity, yes, again, initially there are risks for project developers, for the financiers, so the costs are higher. But as more projects are developed, more stakeholders come and participate in the market. There's more grid build out, there are more ports. Eventually, as the market matures, you can see that costs also decrease. So that's why why offshore wind generally. Now, why offshore wind in Southeast Asia? Well, first of all, this is one of the world's largest economies and fastest growing markets, with a population, industrial capacity, and energy demand heavily concentrated in coastal zones. At GWEC, we predict that 59% of the projected offshore wind growth will take place in APAC. Also, as I mentioned earlier, Southeast Asian economies heavily rely on conventional energy sources. On the left side, you can see a graph that shows the share of LNG and crude oil purchases from the Persian Gulf. And you can see the bar for Philippines just almost reaching the top. This is key because economists, looking at the crisis that we're seeing in Iran, economists estimate that 10% increase in energy price that will lasting a year would raise global inflation by 0.4 percentage points. That is huge. The Strait of Hormuz carries around 25% of the seaborne oil and 20% of LNG shipments. Each 1% drop in supply increases prices by 4%. That is significant. Again, looking kind of in the Philippines, it is heavily dependent on imported oil. Around 90% of its imports are oil. 70 to 80% is coal, and LNG is also rising as the Malapaya declines. So around 50% of total energy supply is imported in Philippines, and this is estimated value of coal is around $5.8 billion. I like the graph below where you can see the wholesale prices of gas and solar plants, and the gaping difference between having solar PV and LNG. So now that we established that we have a problem, and offshore wind is the solution to this problem, you might be asking, how do we get there? And I'm glad that you do. So when thinking about route to market approach, first and foremost, the key is having targets that show long-term pipeline visibility and political ambition. Once you have that in the country, the next step is moving to developing legal and market frameworks, clearing the pathway towards pre-development to COB. Now, this also requires efficient planning. So talking about long-term pipelines, marine spatial planning, leasing and permitting that is speedy and efficient, community license and community engagement, as well as we're talking about deliverable auctions where the risks are shared evenly and price mechanisms exist. So once these legal and market frameworks are built, then we're approaching the accelerating phase. And in this phase, we tackle a whole host of other challenges from supply chain cooperative frameworks to making sure that there is adequate grid and port infrastructure, risk sharing mechanisms that will unlock blended finance, but also still important to talk about some of the softer aspects, such as crafting a narrative that is favorable. I mean, we've been seeing offshore wind being attacked by mis and disinformation. So it's quite important at the acceleration stage that there is a public that is understanding of the value of offshore wind and supporting of it. We're also talking about making sure that there are the demand side. So there is electrification and carbon markets. And lastly, innovation. So moving past fixed bottom to let's have floating offshore wind. So with this market journey in mind, let me tell you very briefly a little bit about Vietnam and then Philippines. So Vietnam has quite strong fundamentals. There is rising demand, there is political will, there is quality wind resources, long coastline, and emerging supply chain. Vietnam also has the strong targets that I just mentioned. So there are strong targets in place. The revised PDP-8 places security and energy transition at the heart of it, aiming to have renewables to be part of the generation capacity 28 to 36% in 2035, and in 2050 to have that raised to up to 75% of generation capacity, with 139 gigawatts of it being met by offshore wind. Now, it already has targets. It has this planning direction and emerging legal instruments, but what Vietnam still needs is a fully bankable route to market strategy. Philippines. We talked quite a bit earlier, just before me, about the Philippines offshore wind market, so I won't dwell too much. But there is a strong drive for offshore wind in Philippines. As I mentioned, there is mounting energy security pressures, as well as clear interest from the government to create an affordable path towards energy independence. So this can be seen by various signals, such as the Board of Investors committing 18.9 billion USD. We also see this in the GEA-5's very strong targets of having 3.3 gigawatts of offshore wind. We're seeing this in accelerated permitting that is taking place. So what's going to happen? I think in the next 12 months, this is going to be a test for Philippines. It will test investor confidence and technical readiness for building offshore wind. And once that's done, we will see Philippines take advantage of its natural geography to build this energy independence and energy resilience. Of course, still challenges persist. There needs to be a more efficient and synchronization with the online permitting platform. We talk about offshore wind. We also need to talk about energy storage and making sure that this is being built with, so offshore wind is being built with energy storage in mind. And most critically, there needs to be a pathway towards available ports and grids infrastructure. This is something that will be a roadblock down the line. And this is an important point to be thinking about now. Right. So I kind of mentioned this a little bit already, but unlocking Southeast Asia's next phase of growth will involve, first and foremost, bankability. We need deliverable PPAs and tariff certainty to make projects financeable. Full stop. Second, we need grids and ports, as I said, specialized staging ports, heavy lifting terminals, and transmission upgrades are going to be critical in unlocking Philippines offshore wind in the coming future. Now, last one, a regional collaboration. I want to dwell on this just a tad longer. In this little slide here. So cross-border regional collaboration would be something quite important in unlocking offshore wind in the region. So regional cross-border collaboration for offshore wind development, it can accelerate regional growth by fostering regulatory frameworks, supply chain integration, financial cooperation, and knowledge sharing across different markets. We have a lot of mature markets and there's a lot of emerging markets. There could be great opportunities for knowledge exchange. Excuse me. Additionally, regional collaboration creates broader socioeconomic benefits, such as supporting job creation, workforce development, infrastructure upgrades, and generally building a more resilient energy systems throughout the region. By working together, markets can build a stronger and more cooperative offshore wind ecosystem. This will reduce the costs, increase the investments, and enhance the energy security in the region, all while sustaining the shared economic and climate targets in the region. A good example of this is the North Sea Summit. In the beginning of 2026, 9 governments came together and signed the Hamburg Declaration, confirming their joint ambition to deliver 300 gigawatts of offshore wind across Europe, 100 of which will be cross-border. This is a good model, and I think this would be very interesting to apply to the context in APAC, of course, keeping in mind with regional differences. But I leave you with this thinking of what can be done next, and part of it is working together, not just industry and government, but also different country governments together to truly think of offshore wind in APAC as one big project that is yet to take off in the coming years. Thank you so much. Thanks everyone.
All right. Thank you, Nina, for that. Quite extensive and sharing the experience both for Vietnam and the Philippines. All right. I think everyone wants to hear about those who are building the ports and the transmission line, right? Because everyone wants to know what's going on. Okay. To join me in this panel, we created a panel for this purpose. I'd like to call on, of course, 3 important people from 3 important companies. Now, the first one, I'd like to call on stage the manager for the Project Review and Monitoring Division of the National Transmission Corporation, Mr. Jomel Cristobal. Please join me here. Round of applause for Jomel. Join us here, Jomel. The next person, very important, of course, the one building the ports, is the Assistant General Manager for Operations of the Philippine Ports Authority, Mr. Mark John S. Palomar. Oh, he's not here. Okay. Join us, ma'am. Okay, Ms. Jo is joining us from PPA. And finally, I hope you're here already, the Director of the Regulatory and Markets of Tri-Conti ECC Renewables Corporation, Mr. Theo Sunico. Theo, join us here. Now, before I start asking questions, and I'm sure a lot of you have questions to them, let me just set the scene for us. A repeat of what Undersecretary Mylene already explained to us, but maybe summarize it a bit. Can we have the next? Oh, I'm doing it. Okay. We all know the Philippines is endowed with a lot of renewables. We call it the Big Show. No, a term coined by the father of renewable, but now the mother of renewable, Undersecretary Mylene, the Big Show for biomass, geothermal, solar, hydro, ocean, and wind. We have a lot of each one of these renewables, no? A lot. Okay. And then, as you know, the Philippines, as mentioned by Undersecretary Mylene earlier, has a very ambitious target. Now, we have a 35% target of installed capacity by 2030 and 50% target by 2040. That means we have to do a lot, no? Build a lot of power plants to make sure that we put in a lot of renewable energy generation. And as you know, the Philippines is full of auctions, particularly the DOE. We have undergone at least 4 auctions, JEA 1, 2, 3, and 4. And you will see from here all the numbers. No? We've been successful, particularly on JEA 4, where we have an oversubscription. JEA 1 and 2 were quite a challenge for the DOE. No, there are some learnings there. JEA 3 is oversubscribed. We have geothermal and impounding hydro, but definitely JEA 4, a lot of you participated in the auction. Right, so the expectation is we need to build all those power plants that won in the Green Energy Auction Program. Now, as reported by Undersecretary Mylene, no, the last time I saw her, there were only 92 OSWESCs. Now there are 95 based on her latest slide. No? And once upon a time, there was a total of 68 gigawatts. Now, in her slide, 72 gigawatts. That's a lot of potential in the Philippines. Now, you go to the archipelago, there's a dot in all the corners of our map. No? So the Philippines, of course, based on the World Bank study, has identified 6 development zones. That's a lot. No? Very good areas. And these are the zones where most of your offshore wind service contracts were awarded. No, these are the locations. And then, of course, as you know, we started with the registration last March 16. We expect the list of qualified bidders by July 3. Undersecretary Mylene mentioned they're going through the OSW infrastructure plan to make sure that they can build what they promised to build. No? In the Philippines, by the way, we call it OSW, no, not OFW. No? Only because OFW has a different meaning for us, i.e., they bring in the money to run our economy. Now, OSW is different, offshore wind. We hope the same will happen as well. No? Not bring us the money, but bring us power. All right, and then the auction proper, the bid submission will happen on August 27. The DOE will post the winning bidders by September 24 and issue the certificates of award by February 2027. So lots of things going to happen in the next few months. Of course, the Energy Regulatory Commission announced that the gear price, the green energy auction rate, is at 11 pesos. That's the ceiling price. No? Now, when it came out, it looked like it was so high, right? Wow, we've never seen 11 pesos before, right? The highest was 9.68 for solar way back in 2016 or 2013. No? But 11 pesos after what happened in the Middle East appears to be small now. No? If you check your Meralco bills, no? And you check the Meralco website, your typical per kilowatt hour price now is between 10 to 13 pesos. So your offshore wind price does not appear to be quite high anymore, no? Especially with cost of power going up. No? But as mentioned earlier by Nina, the DOE is very aggressive. It has a 3,300 megawatt target. No? I wish it were more. But the good news is, for the Philippines to get a good price, there has to be competition. And earlier, Undersecretary Mylene mentioned that there are 9 of you who registered. And if my crystal ball will show me, there's about 5,000 megawatts who will participate. Don't quote Undersecretary Mylene, that's just me. No, but I'm anticipating about 5,000 megawatts will participate, and therefore that's good competition for the Philippines. In other words, all of them will have to bid at or below, it has to be below 11 pesos per kilowatt hour. And of course, we all know that the delivery commencement date will be between 2028 to 2030, no? Which is a big challenge. And now I go to our panel members. No? Let me start off with everyone has been talking to the Philippine Ports Authority, Ma'am Jo. No? Are the ports ready? You saw Undersecretary Mylene show all the ports, about 5 to 6. No? Are those ports ready for offshore wind?
Hello, can you hear me? Hi, good afternoon. The 5 ports are not yet ready, to be honest. We have identified 2 ports, which are Mercedes and Santa Clara in Batangas. We are still in the process of developing the feasibility study for Batangas, but we have already bidded out the Mercedes. Unfortunately, because of the Middle East crisis, the construction of the port has been halt. So
Okay.
we're still waiting on the other matters or alternatives, what we can do, because the prices have been gone up, which is originally at a 2.2 or 2.4 billion. But I haven't heard how much it grows up. So we're still looking into on how to do with it, how to deal with the increase in prices.
Okay, so out of the 6 ports mentioned, no, the most viable for OSW development, you're working on 2 upgrading them, but there's a little bit of delay in the upgrade.
Yes.
Okay.
But the ports in Mercedes have already been bidded out.
Bidded out already, but not you're not anticipating to complete it in time for the targets of the bidders. Is that what's happening?
Hopefully, it's still gonna be on time for the commercial operations. I just hope that the prices will not go up again. But
Okay.
hopefully, fingers crossed.
All right. Let me go to Theo. Theo, how does that affect your infrastructure plan? Is there an adjustment needed there? But obviously, the DOE has a target end date of 2030.
Yeah. Hello. Yes, for now, of course, we are hopeful that the PPA will still be able to complete the ports as scheduled now. We are, of course, considering possible contingencies in that situation. But of course, the ideal situation would be to actually have the ports ready. I think that's the main consideration, because even I think one of the things to consider here is that one, of course, it's good that the Department of Energy has considered the port availability and the grid availability as force majeure events. But beyond that, there are still other issues. For instance, the reservation of vessel installation part, which if the ports are not ready, then everything moves, and that's not considered, at least in the compensation. Even if we don't, even if it's considered force majeure, there are other costs that might be borne by the developer.
Okay, but the good news there is it will be considered force majeure. Right, so any delays on port completion will not penalize the developer or the investor.
The performance bond.
And of course, not claim on the performance bond, no, which is the most critical. No? Let me go to Jomel. No? Jomel, I asked whether the ports are available and will be ready by 2030. How about the transmission line upgrades?
Again, good afternoon to everyone. First of all, I'd like to introduce our company, the Transco, National Transmission Corporation. Just to differentiate Transco between NGCP, NGCP is our concessionaire. They are our private concessionaire, and under the concession agreement between Transco, PISALM, and NGCP, they have the sole authority to or responsibility to construct and finance transmission lines. As to the question, Attorney J, I think the transmission needs to be ready. So
Okay,
and
you sound like a lawyer, no?
Yeah.
Not responsive. No, I'm just
Yeah,
kidding.
I believe it needs to be ready because of the installation targets set by the Department of Energy. But I'd like to highlight that there are transmission projects in the pipeline. I think there are transmission projects which has been approved by the ARC. Namely, let me name two. Number one is the Milaor 500 kV substation project in Southern Luzon to cater the offshore wind projects there. And we also have the Batangas-Mindoro interconnection and backbone project. But I'd like to highlight also the numbers shown by Yusek Maylin that there are a lot of potentials in northern Mindoro and southern Mindoro. So in southern Mindoro, it's around 10 gigawatts. So but the plan of NGCP is to have a 2 by 4,000 plus megawatts of backbone in Mindoro. So it's not still enough to transport the power from southern Mindoro to the main grid Luzon. That's why in Transco we're pushing for NGCP to expedite the Mindoro Panay project.
Okay,
Thank you.
let me ask, both for PPA and Transco, no, what support do you need from the national government, from the DOE, to make sure that all these planned upgrades are fast tracked?
I think the regulatory aspect has been resolved, as mentioned earlier by USEC, because previously we have the issue on 100% foreign ownership for the renewable energies to be able to put up their own company here in the Philippines. So I think that has been resolved. I just don't know for when it comes to foreshore lease, if that has already also been resolved, because DNR has a policy on 60/40. So that I have to check. For private ports, because ports can also be constructed by private port entities. So for private ports, we require 60/40 for for shore lease agreement. So we'll have to check with DENR on that. So other policies that can, I think, fast track the construction or getting into the one one turbine to be installed. I think we have to, all the stakeholders could move together. If there's such thing, if we are not yet ready, other factors are the other pillars of the offshore wind or the ecosystem will be affected. So I think if we have to move together, that would be a great response to the stakeholders.
Okay, but Joe, budget is not a problem now, right?
Oh, well, it's a huge problem because if you have identified 6 or 5 ports, we are just identified 2 ports. Because as you all know, I think everybody knows that it's a huge investment for ports to be constructed. We're talking about billions, not just millions. And we are GOCC. We are funding our own ports. We have a lot of ports, 120 plus ports under our jurisdiction, and we cannot just
Upgrade all.
yes, upgrade all. As you all know, we are not ready for the other ports because our port is constructed not for offshore wind. It is basically for common users or containerized, break bulk. So it's not ready. So funds are yet to be collected.
Allocated. All right.
Yes, a lot.
But obviously, Joe, and I think this is a discussion with the DOE, no? Some ports would have to be upgraded once there are winners. So in the OSW infrastructure plan, it's an asterisk where everything is contingent, right? They will put in a schedule. The assumption is they can meet the 2030 deadline if the ports are completed. On the other hand, the port will be upgraded only if they win, right? Chicken and egg. No?
Layug, if I may
Yes,
just
yes,
add,
yes, sure.
I think the area also is quite a challenge for ports because if we have the areas, that's easier, but we don't have the area because
For the upgrades, you mean?
yes, we
Okay.
cannot develop side on the land side. We have to develop
Outside.
seaside.
Okay.
So it will cost a lot as well.
Okay.
Seaside development.
But budget is not a problem, right? We just ask the national government for more.
We are not asking the budget from the government. We have our own budget, corporate budget. But if the DOTR and DOE are willing to extend a hand to PPA,
Okay.
that would be very much welcome.
If you're willing to extend not a hand but money, you have to extend money to them. No? Just a hand.
It's a welcome.
All right. Of course, this problem is not unique to the Philippines, right? So we're just trying to unlock. No. Let me go to Jomel. What do you need to make sure that aside from pushing NGCP, no, which you do all the time, no, Transco owns the assets, but NGCP operates it, right? So what do you need to do to make sure that all these upgrades are on time?
I think per report of NGCP, the bottlenecks on their projects are usually the right-of-way issues, the permitting. But I think the Department of Energy is proactively resolving those issues. The Department of Energy has this ad hoc team for the monitoring of transmission projects. As well as, I'd just like to highlight that the Department of Energy also issued Department Circular 2026-01-001, which allows generators to build associated transmission projects. On top of it, the DOE also issued DC 2026-02-007, which now allows Transco to finance and construct transmission projects. I think those policy directives and drives of DOE will now help NGCP to complete those projects.
So you will do that without going to NGCP based on that?
Now, let me go to the 2026-02-007. It's the DC for Transco. I think under the department circular, there are criteria to for projects that Transco can undertake. Number one is that it should be delayed for 6 months. And the list of priority projects must be agreed upon by NGCP, Transco, DOE, and even the market operator.
So there must be a common agreement,
Yes.
which usually we don't get, right?
I currently, what I can say is that the coordination between those parties are still ongoing.
Okay.
And hopefully, cross fingers also, we can have our priority projects that Transco can undertake.
Okay. And currently, are there delayed transmission upgrade projects already?
We started the listing of priority projects way back in February, where the decision for FIFREG is not yet released. And based on the information we have, we identified around 24 priority projects.
Okay.
Yeah.
So there are.
There are delayed.
Okay, there are some
transmission
delayed projects,
Yes.
which you can take over from, right?
Yes.
More than 6 months.
Based on the department circular.
Okay, provided they agree that you can take over.
Yes.
Okay, all
That's
right.
the question. That's the
Lots of
question.
things to discuss. No? You need a lot of lawyers in the room. No? If you notice, I reserved one seat, no? Because I was asking myself whether DNR was invited. Is there anyone here from the Department of Environment? Don't worry, I will not ask you to stay in front, but I have a question. And I guess it goes to the DOE. This is always the problem. Remember, the DOJ in 2022 issued a legal opinion saying all foreigners can now engage in renewable energy development in the Philippines, right? However, we still have this 60-40 ownership for land, right? And also, as mentioned by Joe, no, not quite, no, on the spot, no, the issue of foreshore land, no, or permits, and those other miscellaneous permits from the DOE, from the DNR, no, because DNR still requires 60-40. I have a question. Have we resolved that, Undersecretary Mai? Are we able to resolve that issue so that they can use the land? No? If I can.
Correct, but John can further elaborate. The Department of Energy and DNR have agreed to come up into an agreement on wherein the DOE takes care
Of the permit.
the permits. So
Okay.
we will be the one to issue the clearance or the permit to all offshore wind developer.
Okay, that's very good news, ma'am. Can we apply tomorrow? No, only because that has been a hanging issue. And I see another colleague of mine, Jan. No? Jan used to be 15 years old when I was there 16 years ago. No, now he's 25.
Actually, it's being
worked
addressed already.
Okay, so Jan, you're working it out where the DOE will issue the permit. It's PNOC. All right. Through PNOC. So they will issue the permit so that the developers can use the permit to use the foreshore areas and all the seabed areas, right? Because there are miscellaneous permits. Can we apply tomorrow? I'll tell all of them, 9 of them, apply already. Included. Okay, so no more permits required for seabed use. It's just the foreshore area. Okay, are the developers listening? You should pay me for getting that out of the DOE. Okay, so no more permit for the seabed, right? Because there was a DNR issuance, no? Way back in the 80s. So that's no longer applicable. Okay, because there is a MOA. All right, but for foreshore lease, they need to get that permit. They will get it from the DOE. PNOC will be the holder of the permit. I was about to ask that next question. Dear DNR, no? That's another issue. No? And I will give Theo his 10-minute spiel as a developer and tell you all the other challenges. No? The mining tenements. We all know, all these 9 developers, when they check their areas, there are overlapping mining claims. No? And the ball is in the court of both the DOE and the DNR. How do we solve that issue? Let's pretend nobody's listening, no? Because the auction will happen very soon. So we need to fix that problem. Okay, so the DOE will continue to lobby with DNR to make sure that all these mining claims are considered inferior to the service contract.
The DOE and DNR are addressing, but somehow we would need a support, no, or the initiative of this offshore wind developer.
Okay, so it's the developers who need to contact the DOE actively
Push,
to push.
push.
All right. Okay, now I'm sure all our foreign investors, you can imagine how helpful the DOE is. No, the DOE is not your typical government agency. They will find solutions. The solutions, however, are not that easy to resolve, especially when you deal with another government agency. But I can assure you, DOE is not a stumbling block. No, in fact, they find solutions. All right. So DNR, obviously, we need to work out some issues with them. Okay, Theo, you've heard all these problems, and I'll give you the clicker so you can do your spiel. Theo is a developer, one of the 9, or maybe 3 of the 9. No, and Theo, perhaps you can share with us your challenges. No, and also cite where the DOE has helped you, and that has been a lot of efforts. No, collaborative efforts.
Okay, thank you very much, Attorney Gino. I'll try to go through this quickly. So just a quick introduction of ourselves now. We are Triconti, ECC Renewables. We're a joint venture between German Swiss renewable energy professionals and a Filipino-led company. So we were formed in 2013, and the partnership has built a development pipeline of over 4 gigawatts of onshore wind projects, onshore and offshore wind projects. We were the very first ones to be awarded a wind energy service contract in the Philippines back in 2019. So this was at the time when there was no landscape actually for offshore wind actually in the country now. In 2023, given that acknowledgement that there was no local expertise in developing the industry, we partnered with Seawind Holdings, part of the Fritz Kaiser Group out of Liechtenstein, to add their international expertise in offshore wind development. So that's who we are. So as mentioned, no, we actually began our development way back in 2019, 2020. That's when the first 5 offshore wind service contracts. So essentially what Yusek Maya was talking about, wherein right now there's about 92 service contracts that have been awarded, it was a blank slate. So we got the first 5 offshore wind contracts. And what I wanted to show here, I'm not going to go through everything here, but since 2020, a lot has been done, especially through the coordination with the Department of Energy. To be honest, we were not expecting this type of political will that would be provided by and support by the Department of Energy and the Philippine government in general, including PPA, Transco, and the others. But as you can see, from 2020, when there was nothing on the horizon, 2022 was when the offshore wind roadmap was published by the World Bank. Since then, as Yusek Mai said, there's now 92 service contracts that have been awarded. And in 2026, we started the first KF5. So I think this is a part of the one important part wherein you're talking about bringing ambition to have offshore wind in the country and moving it forward to actually having these projects built. So obviously, I think the road to market is very important. This is very quick, no? But what has been accomplished, and I think it's quite significant, and I think kudos to the Department of Energy and all the other government agencies to have this political will. Real route to market, again, 2026, we've had the GAIA-5 launched, 33.3 installation target as mentioned. Stronger policy and regulatory foundations. So as mentioned again, lifting ownership restrictions, inclusion of offshore wind as a key technology from nothing in the Philippine Energy Plan. As mentioned, we are looking at offshore wind as one of the drivers to be able to achieve the targets that we have. Early alignment on infrastructure, integration of offshore wind transmission requirements to the long-term TDP. So that's important also. I think not just for GAIA-5, but for GAIA winners in general, the DOE has given prioritization of these assets to make sure that they achieve energization by needed. Then, of course, also with the PPA, the identification of ports to be developed for offshore wind usage, quite important. Institutional and stakeholder consultation. So offshore wind is recognized as a strategic national infrastructure project, and all the incentives and support that have been provided. And as well as also one key development agency, which is the Department of Energy, to lead the offshore wind development in the country, not just in terms of having these projects up, but eventually also getting all the infrastructure and the supporting anchor industries to take part of this. So again, this is quite important. But we now move from actually from getting the route to market, the winners, from FID to finalization. And these are what still need to be done. I'll just run through them very quickly. Firm grid commitments. So again, we have the plans, but we need to see these transmission projects actually built. So we need that the upgrades are not just part of the plan, but actually approved by the Energy Regulatory Commission and funded properly, as well as a firm schedule so we can meet our targets. Clear and predictable permitting pathway. Alignment with, of course, with the IFC standards for environmental standards. We do not want to cut corners here. This is for new technology, but we want to make sure that everything is aligned. And obviously, these standards are necessary to also achieve funding. And early guidance for hazard identification under the MSP or Marine Spatial Plan. Credible supply chain and contracting strategies. Again, the Philippines is a new market. So definitely the EPCs or EPCI contracts models have to be acceptable, have to be internationally viable. And port delivery timelines must be fine-lined, hence clear coordination with the PPA as well as when this can be done. The other one also, of course, is on the supply chain, the typhoon resilient design standard. So you have to look at it that you're not just talking about typhoon resistant turbines, but talking about across the entire project scope, that foundations, turbines, cables, ports, substations, etc. And ensure alignment on possible extreme weather risk. Again, the Philippines is part of not just the typhoon, a typhoon belt, but also the Ring of Fire. So these are things that have to be considered. I think the good thing here is that we're not the only country developing offshore wind within this area. Japan and China also are there. So there's previous experience that can be also translated, regional cooperation for this one. And the last one, but also very important, is the clear financing infrastructure. So again, it's something new in the Philippines, so there's a lot of risk. So the proper allocation of these risks across the board, allocation of debt and equity between the sponsors, commercial banks, also while the DFIs and MDBs provide long-term concessional loans and political risk cover. ECAs support transition, so export credit agencies, importation of offshore wind components and equipment, and ensures to provide coverage for construction, delays, and typhoon risks. So this is very quickly what we believe is needed to be done in the next 24 months. Once the auction is completed, this has to move quickly to be able to achieve the targets of 2028 to 2030 and make sure that we come from not just ambition, but actually to finalization for offshore wind in the country. Thank you.
All right, thank you. That's a lot, Tio, to be done. No, I think you're ready to bid with all the asterisks in your infrastructure plan. No, with all those caveats. No. Now, let me end this session because we don't have time anymore. Hypothetically, we all know elections are coming in 2028. We will cross the political boundary, right? But the target for development is 2030, right? Hypothetically, if Undersecretary Mylene Kapungkol becomes the president of the Philippines and appoints you as the Secretary of Energy. Now, I'd like now an answer from each of you. What do you need to do to make sure that offshore wind development happens now, based on the plan of the current administration? Let me start off with Jomel. No?
Hello. So again, I agree with Mr. Tio on the firm grid commitments. I think I'd just like to highlight that we observe that some projects have moving target. So that's why it's important for our grid operator to abide with the schedule or target set by the Energy Regulatory Commission. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Secretary Jomel. Secretary Jo? Ports is quite a big task, no, to manage.
It's really hard to manage the port because we are facing difficulty. I hope by 2028 we don't have the Middle East crisis anymore and prices go down and be able to come up with a reasonable price for ports construction. So I think if that time comes that a new president has been elected, political chaos is also settled down. Because if there is no government, what do you call this, good environment, I think there's a question of whether the investors will trust us. So a good governance is a plus factor for all investors. So I'm looking forward that if I will be a secretary for energy, which is not very possible, but hoping that all government sectors will work together to achieve that. Hope that we have at least not just one turbine to be installed in 2030 or earlier, hopefully earlier. So that's it.
Thank you, Secretary Joe. I think with your answer, you're eligible to become the executive secretary, right, to solve the national government problem. Thank you. And finally, of course, Tio, you're very critical, especially when it comes to developing
Thank you.
offshore wind.
I think the important thing that I think that should be carried forward is consistency and the political will, because that's something that has been shown already by the Department of Energy to move things forward. And I think one of the things that investors, because it's a multi-year project, and I think clearly it's going to be a multi-administration project. And what has to be provided is at least that stability and confidence from the international, at least provided by the Philippine government, for investors to come in that, yes, if I invest in now, I will see my returns in a couple of years. And I think the important thing also is to make sure that the benefits are not felt only by the developers, but this has to also be felt by the communities, especially the host communities, because I think that will help build also the interest and of course the support of these communities and the Filipino people and the consumers to continue to build the projects and make sure that there's more than just one generation of offshore wind projects moving forward.
Okay, thank you, our future secretaries of the Department of Energy. Let me just close with one message. No, earlier Joe mentioned, and even Tio and Jomel, this is the first time that the Philippine government has come together, and we're talking about all departments trying to work out one plan to make sure that the first turbine will happen by 2030. But at the same time, I'd like to cite also the participation and collaboration of the private sector. No, and the multilateral agencies. No, and I'm talking about, of course, Asian Development Bank, no, the World Bank, no, Global Wind Energy Council, and all others. I hope I did not forget anyone, but also all the embassies. Name it, they're involved. No? You have the Danish embassy, the Norwegian embassy, now even Poland is setting up an offshore wind forum. No? So all embassies have been helping out. No? So we'd like to thank you. And certainly with all your help, I think the biggest round of applause needs to happen to the Department of Energy, because they have been really at the front, center, and middle of all these efforts. And we'd like to thank the DOE with all their efforts. We will see the first wind turbine, offshore wind in 2030. With that, thank you very much. And a big round of applause for the Department of Energy under Secretary Mylene. And to all our brave panelists. Thank you, Jomel, Jo, and Theo. Thank you. Afternoon. Thank you. Can we ask Gayer and Undersecretary Mylene? And maybe can we ask Pradeep come up the stage? Are you still here, Pradeep? Maybe Jan, can you join us here, John? Yeah. And of course, Janice Chong. Janice, come up the stage, please. GWEC. And maybe, yeah, we're all here. Nina, why don't you come up here? Join us. Thank you. A big round of applause for everyone. Thank you. Thanks, Janice. Thank you. Thank you, Joe. All right, let's move on to the next part of the program to talk about lessons from installations and logistics in offshore wind. Let's all welcome, please, Mr. Philip Wieland, Head of Commercial Asia Pacific of Fred Olsen Wind Carrier. Round of applause, please.
Gravity is not helping me here. Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here today and an honor as well. Do we have a clicker here? So Fred Olsen Wind Carrier, we are an owner and operator of wind turbine installation vessels. We were founded in 2008, but as a group, Fred Olsen Group has been around for 178 years in shipping and energy. Fred Olsen Wind Carrier, in its short history, has installed more than 1,100 turbines worldwide. That's approximately 8 gigawatts worth of capacity and about 20% of all the wind turbines that have been installed offshore globally. As you can see on the map on the right, we have been active in all of the major markets, primarily in the North Sea, but we've also been quite active in APAC, and we have installed almost 190 turbines in Taiwan. These funny-looking vessels, that's the fleets that we operate. What sets them apart is that they have 4 legs and a very long crane. And that's essentially optimized for wind turbine installation. So what we do is we go next to a foundation, we put the legs on the seabed, then we are lifting from a flat platform onto a fixed platform, and the only variable that is left is the wind. So as soon as the wind speeds are low enough so that we can lift the turbine components one by one onto the foundation. What we do is critical to building the wind farm. It only accounts for 1 or 2% of the overall capex of the wind farm, but we are essentially taking the wind farm from the picture on the left to the picture on the right. And on the left, that's when the developer has already committed the majority of the capex to the project, has already paid for the foundations, the offshore substations, the turbines. But it is not yet producing any electricity, meaning no electricity for the country and no revenue for the developer. So any delay that comes in at this place is very, very expensive for everybody. And it's not quite as easy as it may sound. The progress in our industry is never a straight line, and that's driven by the many uncertainties that we operate in. We cannot go out when the wave heights are too high We cannot lift when the wind speeds are too fast. We operate in soil that can differ from one foundation to the next. And all of this creates uncertainty and variance during the project execution. So you can see on this graph from a real project that sometimes we are able to install 3 or 4 turbines within a very short time frame. And then there are big gaps in between because we need to go to the port and then we cannot sail out because the waves are too high, for instance. The other thing worth noting are the red dots. So essentially we have started to extend the legs and then we have to stop before we have reached solid ground. And this is always for safety reasons. The biggest priority in what we do is to make sure that the vessel stays safe, the crew on the vessel and all other people on the vessel stay safe, and the components that we're transporting on behalf of our customers and that are also very expensive also stay safe. Sometimes we have the opposite problem. So the blue bars that we see here, this is the soil data that we have received from our customers. And the red dots is where we actually reached solid ground. And you can see that there's at least a couple of points where the blue bars end fairly early, but the red dots are a lot lower, which means that we expect to reach ground. We expect to reach ground, but there's no ground, and we need to decide, do we continue at this point or do we abort? And this is a decision, no matter how many, we always do engineering works prior to going out to the site. So we have looked at all the site data, but what really matters is on the day that you're trying to jack, what happens? And the only one who can make that decision is our experienced crew on the vessel. And the safety of everyone on the vessel is in their hands. So this is not a task that we can take lightly. And this is something that comes with experience, the capability of the crew, and us giving them the authority to make the right decision at the right time. And putting all of this together from a technical perspective, knowing what you do, this experience that you gain from having installed 1,000 turbines, this experience that you gain from having jacked up a few thousand times, that's what makes a real difference. So here's a real case from a recent project in this area. We had vessel A at the site, which was let's say, a vessel owner with slightly less of a track record, and they installed 8 units in a bit more than 6 months, a bit less than 6 months. And then we had vessel B come on the site, and they installed 1 unit every 2.3 days. So they installed the remaining 23 units within just 2 months and a half. And this difference in speed, as stated earlier, it makes a huge cost impact for the project, for the developer, and it makes sure that the project gets completed in line with the timeline that was committed to. So this was looking at installation from a more technical perspective. Whenever we enter a new market, then we have to also think about what are the regulatory challenges that we face, what are the cultural challenges, and how can we best operate in this new market. And we have not operated in the Philippines yet. We would very much like to. But just as an example, I have listed down here a few lessons that we have taken from our experience in Taiwan, where we were one of the early movers. And in Taiwan, we engaged very early with the authorities, our customers, and also the supply chain to understand what are the capabilities, what are the regulations, and what can we do to mitigate any of the risks that potentially can come up there. I think you can look at the list yourself. It's not so relevant for the Philippines because some lessons might be the same, some might be different. Even if they are the same, it might be a differing extent. But the point is, it's very important for us as a supplier to engage early with our customers and also with the authorities to understand what are the potential challenges that can come up in this new market. So what I would like to do here today is to extend an invitation to anyone who is willing to talk to me and to my company to reach out, and we are very happy to discuss our experience, our lessons learned from other markets, and to jointly investigate what are the challenges that we see from a regulatory perspective to allow experienced vessel owners who know what they're doing to operate in the market and to help the Philippines build a very successful pipeline and installed capacity of offshore wind turbines. Thank you very much for your time. It's a pleasure. It was a pleasure to be here, and I'm around. So please come over and ask for my business card if you would like to talk. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Philip. Our next speaker to discuss the ASEAN Materials and Wind Supply Chain Study, the case of the Philippines. Let's all welcome Ms. Annika Saylor, Principal Energy Specialist of the Asian Development Bank.
Good afternoon, distinguished delegates, ladies, gentlemen, colleagues and friends. It's a pleasure to be here at the ASEAN pre-forum session, and I would like to very much thank the Norwegian government and Norwegian partners for inviting us to present our study. I'm presenting this study on behalf of the CMM team, and I would like to give a shout out to my colleague Shrishti, who is here, and to my colleague Sabrina, who cannot be with us at the moment. We commissioned this study because ASEAN is at a critical juncture in its clean energy transition. The Asia and Pacific region is poised to lead global wind deployment, and ASEAN, with its strategic location and growing wind pipeline, is central to this. The region is blessed with a significant natural endowments, including critical minerals, rapidly expanding industrial base. However, the wind energy supply chain to date within ASEAN remains fragmented. Many higher value activities, from advanced processing to component manufacturing, still largely occur outside the region. It is fragile to disruption due to high import dependencies and supply chain concentration. At the same time, we recognize that this creates three distinct opportunities. First, the region can accelerate wind energy deployment to meet its ambitious renewable energy targets. And secondly, ASEAN can strategically capture more economic value by strengthening regional supply chains. And last but not least, it can create supply chain diversification and resilience through localizing part of the value chain. This study explores hence ASEAN's opportunities to materialize its economic potential. So the study answers where ASEAN can realistically capture value, focusing on four questions. First, We analyzed the projected growth of wind deployment across ASEAN and what this means for the demand for various component manufacturing. Second, we investigated which parts of the minerals to manufacturing value chain ASEAN countries can realistically develop competitively, considering their existing strengths and resources. Third, we examined how trade and regional integration can foster competitiveness and reduce unnecessary duplication of efforts across the region. And finally, we identified the critical enabling conditions covering policy, infrastructure, financing, skills development, and ESG measures that are necessary to unlock its potential. It's important to clarify that this analysis does not assume every country should manufacture every component. Rather, it examines where each country has a credible starting point and how national strengths can connect into robust regional supply chains. Looking at the global horizon, wind capacity is set to grow fivefold by 2045, reaching about 5,700 gigawatt. Asia Pacific is the clear engine of this growth, anchoring nearly 48% of world capacity. What's most striking is the rise of offshore wind. It's expanding far faster than onshore, expanding 15 times over the next 2 decades. For ASEAN, the path is equally ambitious, with capacity rising from just 8 gigawatt today to about 150 gigawatt by 2045. This isn't just a trend, it's a massive structural shift in the global energy market. Zooming into ASEAN, ASEAN installed capacity is undergoing a fundamental structural shift, with wind projected to contribute a major role. In 2022, fossil fuels accounted 66.4% of the region's 336 gigawatt total installed capacity. Fueled by economic growth, industrialization, the electrification of energy demand, digital transformation, and rapidly rising demand for cooling, electricity demand is projected to rise 4% annually from about 1,300 terawatt hours today to above 2,000 terawatt hours by 2035. So that's nearly a doubling in the next 10 years. Renewables are set to meet more than half of this increase, with solar PV and wind supplying more than a third each of electricity by 2035 under current policy settings, and total installed capacity projected to reach about 1,500 gigawatt by 2050 under the most ambitious scenario. These numbers are projected by the International Energy Agency. The deployment of wind, however, is not equally distributed. We see a two-speed market, with Vietnam as clear leader, accounting for over 50% of regional capacity by 2045, driven by its aggressive national plan. However, the Philippines is rapidly emerging as the second key driver, especially in the offshore sector. They are targeting nearly 10 gigawatt by 2045, supported by a strong pipeline of awarded contracts, while Thailand and Indonesia also show secondary growth. The scale of ambition in Vietnam and Philippines is what is truly the anchor of the regional supply chain. Hence, we also focused on those countries in a more detailed supply chain analysis. So we really looked at the supply chain from mine to manufacturing. In this slide, I'm focusing on the critical minerals. The diagram puts oh, sorry, excuse me. ASEAN Upstream present is the global anchor for the wind industry. The minerals we've analyzed here, like nickel, copper, bauxite, and rare earth elements, and titanium, are the materials specifically required for manufacturing wind turbine components. ASEAN Critical Minerals Endowment is highly relevant to wind power manufacturing, spanning key inputs for turbine structures, electrical systems, and high-performance components. The region is a global powerhouse in nickel, led by Indonesia and the Philippines, supporting corrosion-resistant alloys for offshore wind towers and foundations. While extensive copper resources in Indonesia and the Philippines are indispensable for generators, transformers, and grid connectivity, crucially, ASEAN holds emerging rare earth potential, particularly in Vietnam, Malaysia, and Myanmar, with elements such as neodymium and dysprosium essential for permanent magnet in modern direct drive wind turbines. Cobalt, largely a byproduct of nickel mining, contributes to advanced materials and supporting energy technologies. In addition, bauxite deposits in Indonesia, Vietnam, and Malaysia underpin aluminium production, a critical lightweight material for the turbine nacelles. Titanium is mainly present in Vietnam. And however, extraction by itself captures limited value. The strategic question is for the Philippines, how it can move beyond extraction. So here I show just one example of where the value capture is. While you can see that the production is both present in Indonesia and the Philippines, you can see that only the Philippines nickel is mostly exported as a raw ore, while Indonesia has some midstream refining. But then the metallization and alloy production is not captured in the countries. The specific gap that matters for wind is this. Most Indonesian smelting produces what's called class 2 nickel, but for wind turbine manufacturing, we need class 1 refined nickel. The region has the challenge and the opportunity to move up the ladder to produce this grade 1 nickel. Oops. Okay. Let me move to the manufacturing stage. At the component manufacturing stage, ASEAN capability is much more uneven. Existing meaningful production is concentrated in towers, foundations, and cables. This is driven by component where fabrication complexity is lower and proximity to project sites provides a natural cost advantage. While advanced components such as blades and nacelles have major gaps. For the Philippines, the slide shows potential in steel, tower sections, foundations, and cables, but these capabilities are still partial and not yet fully offshore wind ready. This is important. The immediate opportunity is not to localize everything. It is to prioritize components and services where the Philippines has a credible starting point. A key insight from the value chain mapping is ASEAN's strongest strategy for developing its wind supply chain is through regional specialization rather than each country attempting to develop each and every component from scratch. Each market has a distinct and complementary role to play. For example, Indonesia, with its vast nickel and copper reserve, is a natural minerals powerhouse. Malaysia is emerging as a hub for midstream processing, including rare earth elements and aluminium. Thailand brings a mature industrial base for heavy fabrication and cable manufacturing. And the Philippines, with its significant offshore wind pipeline, is positioned as a crucial demand hub with a growing logistic needs and downstream opportunities. This regional lens is particularly important for offshore wind, where the sheer scale of components means that materials, services, and logistics frequently cross borders. ASEAN can move from being a collection of individual markets to a globally competitive integrated wind energy powerhouse. Let me also add that ASEAN needs to reflect on securing its supply chain. And if we look into mid-century, many of this outward supply may be constrained. So ASEAN should strategically look at its value chain. So the Philippines sits at an interesting and important position in this story. It brings two things that very few other countries can match simultaneously: a contracted offshore demand pipeline that is largest in the region, and a mineral endowment that puts it in the global top tier for nickel and copper. On demand, 92 offshore wind service contracts, up to 68 gigawatt in total. Green Energy Auction 5 is already live, 3,300 megawatts of fixed bottom offshore wind, with delivery required between 2028 and 2030. That is not just an aspiration, that is a contracted near-term delivery window. On minerals, the Philippines holds the world's fourth largest copper reserve base. It was the world's second largest nickel producer in 2024. These are materials essential, as I already said, for the wind turbine supply chain. The gap is that the Philippines is not yet capturing the value of its endowment in the midstream. Now I come to no, not yet the last slide. The challenges facing the Philippines are real and specific. And that specificity is useful because it tells us exactly where we should focus. First is the processing depths. Second, it's the electricity. Third, it's ports. And fourth, it's permitting. On the processing depths, the Philippines extracts world-class nickel and copper, but captures almost none of the processing depths. The only copper smelter was placed into care and maintenance in early 2025. As I already mentioned, most nickel is exported as raw ore. On electricity, at 15 US cents per kilowatt hour, the Philippines has the highest industrial power cost among the 5 priority countries. That directly undermines the economics and of energy-intensive processing, and would move the country up the value chain if it were to address this cost. Third, on ports, this is the most urgent given the contracted capacity. Curimao, Batangas, and Jose Panganiban are the engineering design stages, so 2 major ports. They need to be operational before 2028 to meet the timeline. And on permitting, over 80 permits across 25 agencies need to be approved. Finally, on the 3 near-term opportunities, the Philippines has 3 near-term opportunities that are actionable And what makes them near term is that they need to build the capabilities and assets that already exist. Copper extraction is the most straightforward. Nickel intermediate processing is where near-term investment case is the strongest, and offshore marshalling is the most time sensitive. The build now tower and cable manufacturing is real but contingent. It becomes commercially viable once the projects reach financial close and create the sustained order volume that justify dedicated manufacturing investment. And this concludes my presentation. And we are looking forward to further engaging with the industries and partners in developing these supply chain opportunities we highlighted here in a very short time frame. Thank you.
Thank you, Annika. Our last speaker before we go on a coffee break to discuss standards, certification, and technical assurance in offshore wind. Let's all welcome, please, Mr. Mark Richmond, Area Manager for DNV.
All right, thanks everyone. So I'm aware the coffee break is after this, but try to bear with me. I'm going to be talking about something that I feel is quite an exciting topic, which is certification of offshore wind farms. I'm first going to tell you what certification is. It's engineering certification in this case. I'm going to talk about the value that certification brings to the industry. And finally, I'm going to go through some examples of what different markets around the world do with regards to certification. So quickly to introduce DNV, we're a very old organization, over 160 years. We have over 15,000 employees in over 100 countries. And I think very interestingly, we spend 6% of our revenue on research and development. This is on things like joint industry projects, writing standards, things that contribute to the industry and share knowledge. We started with offshore ships. This is where maybe most people know us from Class Society. We also work a lot in energy systems. I think half of our employees are in energy. We're in software, cybersecurity, and also certification of healthcare and ocean health. So what is certification? It's a fairly simple idea, I think. On a project, they have all their designs, the site conditions, the assessments, calculations, and so forth. And we want to know, is this in compliance with the standard? So DNV, as a certification body, we come into the project, we do a mix of document review, independent calculations. For construction, we'll also do audits and surveys, and we will, in the end, assess if the project that's being built is in compliance with the design standards. One very important thing about certification is that the certification body has to be an independent third party. So they can't have any financial involvement with the project that they're certifying. This is a very key tenet in certification, that we must be independent and have no conflict of interest. There are two main certification standards in offshore wind that are commonly used. There's the IECRE OD502 and there's the DNV SE0190. These are fairly high-level certification standards. They give an overview of the scope that's required for the project, what assets and what phases should be covered, and roughly what details. And then they'll refer to more detailed technical standards for more in-depth things. So loads or cables, these will all have their own separate technical standard that's referenced by the service specification. I quite like our DNV SE0190 because of this table. It makes the scope very clear for what we're doing. For each row, you have different assets, the offshore wind turbine, the offshore substation, the cables, and then every column represents the phase that we're certifying. The design basis, manufacturing, transport installation, and commissioning. And when we complete each phase for each asset, then we'll issue a statement of compliance, which will state that that asset is in compliance with the standard for that phase. So what's the value of certification and why do we have this? It's very critical for all of these stakeholders here because it's an independent third voice that says this project is built to international standards. The developer gets value from this because it shows that their contractors are building to the standards that they require in their contracts. Investors very much like this because it shows that their money is going into a project that's of a high standard and they can be confident that they'll get a return on that investment. The investors will then set the insurance requirement for the project that the project needs to achieve. Insurance consultants will then take this to insurance underwriters, and the underwriters will find some agreement on the level of insurance that they can cover the project for. And the certification here is the fundamental part in this process. It's also very important for governments because then they can be sure that the projects that are built in their waters will be built to a high standard and it will attract international investment. So what do other markets do around the world for certification? In some markets, it's a legal requirement that they have to have project certification for their projects. In other markets, it's not a requirement, but it's a common industry practice that they have this. The UK, for example, does not have a requirement for project certification, but because it's a common industry practice, most projects will still get project certification. China does not have a requirement for this, and it's not common practice because the financing of their projects is different. But for Taiwan, the US, Germany, and many other markets, it's a legal requirement. So what does this look like in practice for some of these markets? Taking the Netherlands, for example, it has a law that says all offshore wind projects, the offshore wind turbine, and any other assets need to be built to withstand the forces that would be experienced at the site. This needs to be demonstrated and the documentation needs to be provided to the minister. And this needs to be conducted by an independent body of experts. To me, this reads a lot like a description of project certification. It's required for the turbines and for all of the phases. If we look at Poland as another example, project certification is required here. One thing that's interesting in Poland, the scope and how they have this broken up is slightly different from how we have this described in DNV SE 0190. So because we write the standard and we're able to update this, we have appendices for several different markets for those specific markets. So the inter-array cable and the export cable are issued statements separately. And there are also statements for the design phase and the construction phase matching the Polish requirements. Taiwan, so this is the market where I work in. It's a legal requirement that projects have to have project certification. And it's stated much more directly than, for example, the Dutch requirements. It states that the offshore wind turbines, the cables, and the OSS, these need to have project certification, and it lists several service specifications that can be followed. It states that this is required for the design basis, manufacturing, and transport installation phases. The actual process that they follow for certification isn't just as simple as getting it certified. They have their regulatory body, BSMI, which is a technical body, and they want this to be involved in the process. So the way it works is we as the certifier will conduct our certification of the project and issue our statements of compliance to the developer. The developer will then take this to BSMI, and BSMI will conduct their own technical review. We have in the past provided quite extensive technical training to BSMI, and we helped the Taiwan government to establish their local regulations for design standards. Once BSMI has finished their review, this goes back to the developer, who will then send it to the Bureau of Energy and apply for their electric business license. So what should the Philippines do? Anyone who's been through the certification process might find it interesting that I suggest requiring certification would accelerate the process. But I think it really would. I think having certification on the projects would lead to more confidence from the investors, and more international investment would accelerate the development of offshore wind in the Philippines. So that's it for my presentation, and now you can all enjoy coffee.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope everyone got their caffeine fix. For those who are not on perimenopause, you can still have it. Oh no, you can't. For those that are on perimenopause, you can only have it until 2 p.m., the caffeine. So ladies, let's be easy on that. Anyway, so good afternoon, everyone. I'm Richie Abigail Ramos Pilares. I'm a senior partner at Divina Law, and I co-head the energy department. So my partner just left for a flight, but I'll be your moderator for this afternoon. So, may I request everyone to take their seats because we've reserved the interesting part for the afternoon session. Okay, so for our first session, we're going to talk about Norwegian offshore wind ecosystem and supply chain. And to discuss this topic, we have Mr. John Dugstad. He is the Director for Renewables of the Norwegian Energy Partners, also known as NORWEP. Let's welcome John.
Thank you so much, and thank you for being seated so quickly when you heard my name. Thanks a lot. That was very kind of you. Now, as we are here with a larger group of Norwegian suppliers to this industry, of which you've heard a couple tell their story already, I'll tell you a bit more about what we do at Norwegian Energy Partners, but also I'll tell you a bit more about what we do in Norway and how we deploy our expertise around the world. Now, first, a few words to Norwegian Energy Partners. We are a foundation. We are a non-profit. We are supporting 350 Norwegian companies in the energy industry with their business development and interaction engagement internationally. We're founded by a broad group of strong Norwegian associations, both for the employers, the trade unions, the ministry, three ministries with the government, and the ship owners. So we have a broad backing. We might be the organization in Norway which has the broadest backing of all in terms of the international support that we bring to these 350 Norwegian companies. And we do combine all of the expertise from various technologies in the offshore space or in the energy space altogether, from solar through oil and gas to the offshore wind sector, also included CCS, hydrogen, and what we call energy systems altogether. Now, a few words about what we do in Norway on offshore wind, both in terms of how we deploy our expertise in Norway, which is not happening to a large scale yet, but which we are expecting. So here I have to commend the government of the Philippines, because even though you have probably started a bit later than we did in Norway, you are about to deliver an auction which is much larger than the ones we have been delivering in Norway so far. In Norway, Yeranex BP, one of the larger developers, has received the application and has received the opportunity to deliver 1.5 gigawatt, which is on the southern North Sea. There is also a floating logic in Norway in the fact that we, in addition to working offshore altogether, we are also quite good at working offshore in the floating space, i.e. floating production of oil and gas. So we will bring some of that into deployment in the offshore wind space in Norway. And as you can see, all of these project areas around the coast, most of those are in floating areas. So that is also one of the reasons why the government has put in some focus on floating. But the largest developer in Norway, Equinor, also an oil and gas company, is now pointing to the fact that it is cheaper to build offshore wind on the bottom fixed way. So we will start with that potentially. There are also two projects which are now being delivered for further. They have received an award based on qualitative criterias for development of two areas, 500 megawatt each, but only one of those will be given support in terms of financial support at the end. So we do have challenges like you do in the Philippines. It's about grid, it's about port and port readiness for all of this, but it's also about the supply chain. And when speaking of supply chain development was actually the first and foremost reason for the government to launch the development or the strategy for offshore wind in Norway. Meanwhile, they have understood that they might need some of that power, but initially this was to create an industry. And to some extent that has already happened. But first, let me tell you a bit about the floating projects. This is the Hywind Tampen project delivered by Equinor for their oil and gas electrification, the Tampen area. So it's 95 megawatts, it's 11 turbines, about 140 kilometers off the coast, built on 260 to 300 meters, and it's a floating concrete structure. So yes, it is possible, but it's only possible with a strong support from the government. And also, in this case, it has been possible because power is delivered to oil and gas extraction. Now, the first licensing rounds have been taking place. They will have to be put into proper order, i.e. with the proper agreement with the government. There are challenges around that. Tomorrow, actually, the Parliament will discuss if the support level for those projects has been processed in the right way through the governmental corridors, or if there has been challenges around that. So that might postpone the whole thing if they decide to do a reversed analysis of that. There is also discussions and with Geranex BP, there is rumored discussion with Geranex BP as to the cost level of building today versus the day they received the concession. So yes, offshore wind is not an easy game. We do see it in Norway as well. And even as also mentioned here, grid is also of importance. Now we will be discussing all of this afterwards, and I hope to be a bit wiser when I get back home, also to bring some information from the Philippines and the government, which I think has been doing proper work so far. Now, in terms of implementing the expertise that we have in offshore construction, offshore development, we have seen immense growth in our expansive efforts outside of Norway. So the Norwegian industry is expanding rather rapidly, with 64% measured in US dollars, $6 billion US dollars. That's roughly 1/3 of what we do export for the oil and gas technology and solutions. So even though we are known to be an oil and gas country, I hope and think that we will soon also be looked at as an offshore country, including offshore wind to a larger extent. So we're already almost getting there. And part of the reason for that is because we have a wide and varied supply chain. As you can see from this mapping, we do deliver to all of the areas within all the segments that are needed to create a strong supply chain for offshore wind, apart actually from the turbines. And I hear there are discussions on resource and the possibilities of creating local supply chain in the Philippines as well. And it sounds like there are turbine assessments within that. So I'd like to talk to that afterwards in terms of how can you create turbine manufacturing in the Philippines? Is that in the plan as well? Now, we don't do that in Norway. We don't do towers either because they are specialty made. We don't do a lot of TPs. We don't do foundations. But what we do is the maritime space, subsea, cables, shipping, vessels, installation, like you've heard already. And we do the substation work, which is also quite important in terms of getting the power onshore, of course. And as you heard, we have a lot of system knowledge around how to deploy expertise developed for offshore projects in offshore wind as well, like DNV told you, and also for installation service like Fred Olsen told you. And we will hear a few more of those stories afterwards as well. Yeah, I've said that we do have marine execution, industrial delivery. We don't really only utilize the vessels, but we also build them. And in terms of collaboration between the Philippines and Norway, I think we should discuss how to deploy our expertise, combined expertise, of course, into the maritime space specifically, into port development, which we have heard might be a challenge as well, but also into the subsea areas and installation, which you heard of earlier. Now, offshore wind comes at cost. And with digitalization, which we're also doing to quite some extent into the offshore projects in the oil and gas space, we utilize that experience to build proper, efficient O&M, as well as proper and efficient asset management systems around all of those assets which are put into the ground offshore. And I will tell you that insurers like that a lot, as do also all of the financiers, which are important and which we'll be discussing afterwards in terms of how to get these projects bankable. Now, just a few examples. Fred Olsen again. These are some of the vessels which are manufactured in Norway, at yards in Norway, with Vard in this case. They also have yards in Asia Pacific. These are delivered to a British operator. These are also O&M vessels, SOV, CSOV vessels for construction and support. This is delivered by Ulstein in Norway, different design. And also this substation is also delivered by Aker Solutions. Here is another one similar to be delivered by Able, but importantly for you, a large part of this, or the top side, which we call it, of this, is actually built in the Philippines. No, sorry, I wish. It's built in Thailand. So it's not so far away. So in terms of the collaborative thinking that was brought to the table by ADB earlier, I think it's important to think value chain and supply chain, not only in the Philippines, but also in the regional as well as in an international context. This is just to point to innovation, which we think we are quite good at. This is a subsea substation for both floating as well as bottom fixed projects, which could be more efficient for both. So there are developments to test and implement some of these, and they are used quite normally on the oil and gas. So you might have seen that before, but we are developing those currently for offshore wind as well. And the floater, of course, in addition to the Tampen model from Hywind, we have a few other designs, of which this is one. So combined with the efforts to get floaters into the sea, Norway, Scotland, and Korea in Asia, and potentially also Japan, and at the time the Philippines, we are very keen to develop manufacturing facilities as well for these structures, because they are huge and they need a lot of steel and manpower. So with that, thank you so much, and please listen in to my colleagues later on from Norway, which might give you some insight into some of the details of some of these areas as well. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Now to discuss supply chain development in the Philippines, we are honored to have the Acting Director for Resource-Based Industry Service of the Board of Investments, Mr. Francis Peñaflor.
So good afternoon. Thank you, ADB, Norwegian Embassy and Partners, GWEC and GOA for the kind invitation. It is a pleasure for us to be here to share the Board of Investments or BOI's perspective on offshore wind and renewable energy as key investment areas in the Philippines. To begin, allow me to briefly introduce the BOI and our role in supporting renewable energy investments in the Philippines. BOI serves as the country's lead agency for investment promotion and industry development. Collectively, we call this as industry promotion. Our vision is to accelerate investments, develop globally competitive, innovative, and sustainability-driven industries, and create employment opportunity by 2028. Our mandate is to create an enabling industry and business environment where investments are promoted and facilitated, innovation is fostered, and long-term economic growth is sustained. With this role in mind, let me highlight how renewable energy is positioned within the country's investment strategy. BOI focuses on sectors that drives structural transformation and long-term competitiveness. Renewable energy is one of these priority areas. Such prioritization supports multiple objectives simultaneously, such as ensuring energy security, enabling industrial expansion, and responding to the increasing demand for sustainable and responsible investments. From an investment perspective, this means renewable energy is not just a sectoral opportunity, rather a key enabler of a broader economic growth. This strategic importance reflects and responds to the realities of the Philippine energy sector today. So from 2021 to 2025, in the last 5 years, the BOI registered 338 renewable energy projects totaling about 3.68 trillion pesos and 36.9 gigawatts of capacity. Approvals surged in 2024, largely driven by solar. However, wind and hydro account for a significant share of the total investment due to their scales. Offshore wind is offshore wind is emerging as a major investment segment with 11 projects registered with the BOI since 2023, totaling about 1.185 trillion pesos and around 5,800 megawatts. Investments are currently foreign-led, though local participation is increasing recently. Offshore wind represents a large share of both wind investments and the overall RE pipeline, highlighting its importance despite recent normalization in annual approvals. However, unlocking this offshore wind pipeline requires several key enabling systems. To support offshore wind growth, key enablers are needed, particularly as mentioned several times already in the earlier discussions, port infrastructure, energy storage, grid expansion, and supply chain development. Policies now require integration of storage, while grid upgrades are necessary to absorb large-scale generation. At the same time, developing local supply chains will be very critical. This brings us to offshore wind, not just an energy project, but as a full industry development opportunity. Offshore wind represents a new industrial sector requiring a complete value chain from manufacturing to logistics and services. So when you listen to the presentation of Yusek Maylin earlier, we have to update our slides. This should not be 67.26 gigawatt. This should be 72 gigawatts from 95 contracts. This creates opportunities beyond power generation across multiple industries. To realize this potential, BOI plays a key role in building the ecosystem. BOI supports offshore wind through investment promotion, industry development, and policy support. We attract global players, facilitate partnerships with local firms, and support emerging suppliers. Our goal is to position the Philippines as a regional offshore wind hub. A key part of this support is providing competitive and flexible incentives. Investors may avail of incentives under the Renewable Energy Act or the RE Act or Create More Act. These incentives frameworks offer a combination of income tax holidays or ITH, reduced or special income tax rates, and enhanced deductions depending on the structure of investments. This framework also provides flexibility for investors to determine the most appropriate incentive regime based on project features and needs. Let me begin with the incentives under the RE Act. So under the RE law or RE Act, projects are eligible for a wide range of fiscal incentives, including an outright 7 years of income tax holiday, followed by a preferential corporate income tax rate of 10%. Additional benefits include duty-free importation of capital equipment, VAT zero rating, tax exemptions on carbon credits, NOLCO or net operating loss carryover, accelerated depreciation, including cash incentives for missionary electrification. These incentives are designed to reduce upfront costs and improve project viability and cash flows, particularly during early stages of development. So normally when an RE project developer comes to BOI, so they have to choose which law will govern their registration, RE law or create more law. They usually choose RE law because the incentives offering here is better than the create. However, let me just briefly discuss what create more incentives are. So whereas the RE law provides an outright 7 years, create more incentives provides a range of incentives of ITH years from 4 to 7 years, depending on project location and project classification, whether tier 1 or tier 2 or tier 3. Moreover, the CREATE Act gives investors the flexibility to bypass income tax holiday years and go straight to enhanced deductions if they determine it to be more beneficial depending on their cash flow needs. During the years of enhanced deductions, additional deductions for labor, research and development, training, and power expenses may be allowed to be deducted from the taxable income before a lower 20% corporate income tax rate is applied. This structure is particularly beneficial for projects with higher operating expenditures. So this is a matrix. Let's give an example. Say for you have an offshore wind project located somewhere in Visayas. Normally, it's more than 15 billion pesos based on the magnitude of investments of the offshore wind projects registered with the BOI. So that's more than 15 billion pesos. All other areas because it's Visayas. So how many is the ITH years? 7. It's similar to RE, right? RE law, 7 years of income tax holiday. And then after the 7 years ITH, you get 20 years of enhanced deductions. So that's 27 years of income tax-based deductions. As mentioned earlier, the beauty of Create More Act is that you can bypass ITH, you can go straight to 27 years of enhanced deduction if your accountants advise you that regime or scheme is actually more beneficial to you. Projects that are classified as highly desirable projects may receive enhanced support. This includes extended financial incentives or fiscal incentives, as well as non-fiscal support such as access to government resources. In certain cases, incentive period may extend up to 40 years, subject to presidential approval. However, these projects must meet specific threshold in terms of investment scale, employment generation, and innovation. So at least 50 billion pesos or its US dollars equivalent, or a minimum direct local employment generation of at least 10,000 within 3 years from the issuance of the certificate of entitlement. So those are the parameters that you have to comply if you want to be registered as a highly desirable project. 40 years. The application process begins with the submission of required documents for evaluation. Officially accepted documents will undergo review by our evaluators, which typically is completed within a very defined period. For project proponents which opted to avail RE law instead of Create More Act, the BOI will render action on the application. Kami lang po yun. So it's just BOI. On the other hand, for RE projects above 15 billion pesos, where Create More Act is opted, the action will be rendered by the Fiscal Incentives Review Board, or FIRB. Upon approval of the application, the proponent completes the necessary requirements and receives the certificate of registration. Throughout the process, the BOI provides full guidance to proponent until they become a registered business enterprise, or RBE. Beyond incentives, the BOI provides end-to-end support across investment lifecycle. This includes assistance in due diligence visits, business matching, and coordination with government agencies and local government units. We also support investors in navigating regulatory requirements and fast-tracking processes where possible. Following registration, aftercare services ensure continued support during operations. With that, let me conclude with a few points. Offshore wind is more than an energy opportunity. It is a pathway to industrial development. With strong resources, a growing pipeline, and supportive policies, the Philippines is well positioned for growth, and BOI remains committed to supporting investors and building partnerships. Thank you, and we look forward to working with you to unlock the offshore wind potential in the Philippines.
Thank you for that enlightening presentation. Now, the topic would be getting it right subsea. Okay, this is a very interesting topic, and it will be presented by the Principal Geotechnical Engineer of the Norwegian Geotechnical Institute, or NGI, Leith Tapper. Did I say it right? Okay. Okay. And the other one? Okay. And after, I'll also introduce, okay, and after him would be the commercial manager of Reach Subsea, Mark Sweeney.
Yeah, thank you for the introduction. Getting it right is certainly what I like. Yeah, my name's Leith Tapper. I'm a geotechnical engineer with the Norwegian Geotechnical Institute, or NGI for short. And yeah, I'm going to be saying some words on the topic of ground risk, seabed risk for offshore wind in the Philippines. So firstly, a little bit about NGI. We're a research institute and also a commercial consultancy focusing in the area of geotechnics and geosciences. You can see on the graph there, we have offices worldwide. I'm in the Perth, Australia office, and we're looking after the region in offshore wind projects. So we're currently working in Taiwan, Japan, and South Korea on projects at various stages. Also, we have our offices in Oslo, obviously our head office, and in London and the US covering offshore wind there. So we started off in oil and gas and have a long history in offshore geotechnics, but obviously we've moved into the renewable energy and have a long track record now. And we cover everything from the seabed, beneath, from early stages right to the end. So you can see at the top there, there's a soil sample that's been recovered. To the right of it is a test apparatus, a triaxial test, where we squeeze a soil sample to see what its parameters are, come up with ground models, the nice pictures there, set up analysis to model the structures, the jackets, see how they work, through to installing the actual foundations. And there's an example of some suction bucket foundations. And in that case, we were a subcontractor last year in Taiwan installing 44 of these jackets last year. So we've got a strong history all the way from the beginnings of a project through to the end. So thinking now about offshore wind in the Philippines, and we've talked a lot about port issues or transmission or financing, but obviously a big factor still is the seabed and the ground and the risks that can be lurking there that we need to think about. So on the right there are some of the areas where offshore wind projects are being planned in various water depths. So in the shallower water, maybe around up to 40 meters, we may have for the monopiles up to maybe 70 for the jackets. They are fixed. And then when we get a bit deeper than that,
we need to start anchoring structures as we have our floating. So it's important that in doing our design properly for these structures, we consider what are the risks in the ground, how can we characterize them, and how can we work them into our engineering. So how we characterize them. The way we often talk about seabed risk is talk about geohazards and geoengineering constraints. So on the left here, you can see more of a geohazard, and those are things we talk about as dynamic features. Maybe there's a chance that it might happen. So maybe there's a chance there might be an earthquake and we get liquefaction in the soil. A chance a fault might move, or shallow gas. So these things that we have to characterize the probability of, what's the risk, consequences. Other things are geoengineering constraints, like the static things, like we know there may be a very steep slope site. We know there's some boulders there, things that we know about that we deal with. So what we can do with these is try and map them all out in our area. This is obviously just covering the whole area we looked at with some projects. Here we're showing some of the trenches with steep slopes, some of where the fault zones run through the Philippines, seismic areas, and yeah, tragically there was quite a large earthquake you might have seen in the south of the Philippines this morning, and that's sort of marked out with some higher in the higher intensity area in orange there is sort of near where it occurred. So there's issues we have to identify, and how do we deal with them? Well, if it's geohazards, then we use sort of risk management frameworks. You know, what's the likelihood? What's the consequence? And we work with the ground issue like that to feed it into our ground planning, design, foundations. And our geoengineering constraints, these, we just use sort of our routine engineering. Can we avoid it? Can we change a constraint, or do we design around the ground risk? So yeah, there's lots of important things that must be taken into account when we start to, you know, assess the sites we're going to use, what are the implications for design, cost, installation. So how do we start to deal with this? Well, the first thing we need to work out is characterize or know that they're there. And this is where we get to desk studies. So this is the first thing we do with our site. I'm sure a lot of the developers have already, you know, gone to this stage initially to start to get a feel with what's where. So desk studies, we're just taking information on the seabed, subsea that's been published, maybe from oil and gas, from what's around, and we start to build a picture of what the ground model is like. So we can get an initial ground model to start working with. And from that, we can start saying, in this ground, what is our engineering constraints? What are our geohazards? And what is our also our parameters to feed in design? Yeah, the left there is just simple. On your right, might be getting the directions wrong, is example of ones we do to help lay out what the ground model is. What are the inputs? You know, what does it mean for your development? And then also do some initial concept design screening based on these inputs. Can we do monopiles, jackets? Can we do suction buckets? Can we do driven piles? And then that is a handy step to get into your site characterization, which we'll hear a bit more next. It says, you know, what survey do we need to do? What geophysics? What boreholes? What CPTs? So that all feeds into planning at that stage. Then after that, we can do the ground model, where we do our survey, bring all that information together in an integrated model, start to quantify, look at our risks, look at what the geohazards are, what the constraints are, and feed that into our design. And, you know, we can start to go through concept, we can go through feed, we go through detailed design as we need, having an understanding of the certainty, the risks, and how we throw them through in our projects. So this is this process we sort of use in our projects in the region, the APEC, and certainly we'd be keen to speak to anyone who would like to learn more about some of the work we have done in dealing with seabed risks, quantifying and using them to help. You know, in the day, we want to make sure we're doing the most effective site characterization. We're going to be surveying all the time if we don't need to, and we want to get that into efficient and optimized foundations. So we follow this framework to help do it and, you know, deal with these issues you can see at the top there, and get foundations that can be optimized and easily installed, fit for purpose. So that's the end. There's another suction bucket jackets we installed. Certainly get in contact or feel free to speak to me if you've got any questions. Thank you very much. So I'll hand over to Mark, who's already now been introduced, and hopefully it will follow nicely.
Thanks, Leif. That follows really nicely. I'm Mark Swinney from Reach Subsea in Perth. Our headquarters is in Norway, and we kind of carry out surveys, ROV works, large construction vessels. So we're bringing our North Sea oil and gas expertise to the wind farm market. And I'm just going to describe some of the projects we've done in Australia for wind farms. So for us is... So I'll just get past that bit first. So our vision is to do our surveys sustainably. You want to survey once and then use all that data multiple times. There's no point in going back several times, because that's just a waste of money. And for us as well, it's to do it safely. So that's our two visions. And for us, we're quite successful in that. We also have our normal survey vessels, but we also have our autonomous vehicles, which can go out with no people on them. So they don't care about the weather. So we just go out there. So yeah. And then for next, these are some of our projects. These are just the wind farm projects. As you can see, the North Sea has been very busy for us. We've also done some work in Taiwan, and we've got some work in Australia. So there is 2 wind farms I'm going to talk about. There's also another wind farm which feeds directly into an aluminium smelter. So they already have that. They're in the planning stage. That's a 25-year contract, so they've already agreed everything, and they've got a customer already. So that's the kind of thing we're looking at as well. But the 2 we're going to look at is Gippsland, and this is just off Victoria, and this will feed into the Melbourne city market. And as we mentioned before, this is getting quite beneficial for us. In Australia, we've now taken over fossil fuels on the renewable side, and at last, power prices are coming down. Not by much, but they're still coming down. So we were awarded Blue Mackerel, which is 1 gigawatt of capacity, and we were also awarded the Iberdrola area, which is 3 gigawatts. And to make it more efficient, we actually did these back to back. So this was very good. So we just went out one time, mobilized the vessel one time, did both surveys. And they're quite large areas. And the permitting here is quite extreme as well. So there's environmental, we have to deal with the indigenous communities, that kind of thing. So we go out there and do that as well. So this is the Iberdrola site, and you can see there, this is the plan for it. So the red area is their site boundary, but they're doing it in different phases. And you can see there where they've got the offshore wind farm. And then there's also the export cable to land. And as you can see, this area here, the green area, that was the other site survey. So they have to avoid that. They don't talk to each other. You think they would, but that's a separate cable project as well. So for us, we did the offshore wind farm and the cable route survey as well. And for this is the timeline. We've done the surveys, and we're now into the planning and feasibility stage. And as you can see there, by 2028, they're getting into construction, and after that, it'll be maintenance and that kind of thing. The water depth for this was a maximum water depth of 80 meters. So this is all fixed bottom, same as what you're doing here. So first of all, we did geophysical and UXO surveys. Now, Southern Australia doesn't have much UXO, but the Navy did do exercises here, so we still have to do UXO surveys. So we invested in a sensor platform. So you can do different types of surveys. You can do it from the vessel, but as you can imagine, if it's 80 meters above the seabed, the resolution gets a bit less. This is 10 meters above the seabed at all time, because we tow it behind the vessel. And on it, there is a multi-beam echo sounder, and that is for the digital terrain model. That tells us the water depths. Side scan sonar, any objects, and sub-bottom profiler tells us about the substrata below the seabed as well, which is very important whenever Fred Olsen bring their vessels in, because they want to know exactly where they're putting the feet of their vessels. And after that, a magnetometer as well, which looks for metallic objects or any UXO. So I've got some data examples, and this shows you the difference. So the purple area is from the vessel, and that gives us 1 meter resolution. The green area is from the ROTV, 10 meters above the seabed, and this is an 85-meter water depth. And you can see the details we're getting there. You can see the mega ripples. In the North Sea, those are protected because they're used by fish for spawning and all that kind of thing. So we look for that kind of thing as well. And as you can see, the features are a lot more pronounced. The ROTV survey is the same price. So, we're bringing all this technology in. It's invested, bought and paid for, so we're bringing all this in. Next one, we can see pot marks and a lot more of the seabed features. And again, this is a 25 centimeter resolution. So this is ideal for engineering, and we can give that to the engineers for doing the cable lays and all that kind of thing. Next one is a shipwreck we found as well. This was approximately in 40 meters water depth. This is a shipwreck no one knew about. So we actually had to invest that a bit better. And as you can see here at the bottom, you think there's a bit of ghosting. We get 100% overlap with the data. So we'll get data for both sides of the shipwreck, and sometimes we box it in as well. So this one we did a bit more investigation on. There was no gold or anything on it, that kind of thing. It was just a yacht. And then for the sub-bottom profiler, we had two types of sub-bottom profiler. This one goes to 16 meters penetration, which is ideal for doing your cable planning, that kind of thing, because you're only really worried to about 5 or 10 meters. And then we had another one which goes to 80 meters penetration. So this gives you good resolution at the top 16 meters. The other one gave us great resolution to 80 meters. And that's ideal for bringing in vessels and also your foundation planning. So this one survey gave all the data that they needed. They don't have to go back again and do another survey. So, and then next. So after the geophysical survey, we then do environmental surveys. And for this, we do it in 2 seasons, summer and winter in Australia, which to me from Ireland is roughly the same. The first thing we do is water sampling, and we do that at the surface and close to the seabed. And then after that, that goes back to a laboratory for testing to see if there's any organic material or that kind of thing in it. The next one is a benfix survey, which is pure environmental, and that's grab samples. And we look at those as well to see if there's any organic matter. Drop-down cameras are an ROV, and that's to look at any features. We also use that for looking at the shipwreck to see if there was anything obstructing that. And then there's also onshore laboratory testing, and that involves particle size distribution, or organic carbon, heavy metals, hydrocarbons, that kind of thing. And then as well, this is all done on one cruise, by the way. We don't go out separate times. And then for this one, we did drop-down cameras for the fish areas, and also a baited remote underwater video system. I have to look at the screen to say that. But and this is what that does. So with this, we put down for 60 minutes. It's a frame with 2 cameras on it, and approximately 2 meters in front of it is a little baiting pouch full of whiting, that kind of thing. And then we wait to see what fish come in to nibble on it. So usually the little fish come in first, and then the slightly bigger fish, and then when the sharks come in, they all get scared away. So with this one, it was down for 60 minutes, and we found 2 species of shark, including the hammerhead, which is endangered in Australia. So this gives the client excellent knowledge of what's out there as well. So again, this is all from one survey. This end goes all into their planning. When should they go out and actually do all the work? So yeah. Next is the shallow geotechnical. This is a separate cruise again because the equipment is so large. And for this one, we do cone penetration testing. So this is a coil that goes into the seabed, and it tests the strain and temperature and that kind of thing. And that's ideal for whenever you're bringing in jack-up vessels, or again, you want to confirm what the sub-bottom profiler said about the data. So this is another one we do. It goes down to about 20 meters. Again, it's ideal. It's not one of the big systems that go down to 80 meters, but this is just off my little vessel. And then the next ones, we do coring. And again, we can do 6-meter cores and also box cores. Now, the good thing about these is it's an undisturbed sample. So you get this core out, which is 6 meters long. We cut it into 1-meter sections. Then that goes to the NGI lab. They then do all of their testing on it, and that gives you so much data on what the actual soil conditions are. And of course, that's just one cruise as well. So all this data comes together, and it then goes to the engineers to plan foundations. Hopefully Fred Olsen to actually, they know where their vessel's coming in, so their insurers, the insurance companies are happy. And all that data then gets used for multiple reasons. And that is it. See, it was quick.
Thank you, Mark. Now we proceed to discuss innovative solutions for offshore wind and solar derived from North Sea expertise. And for our first speaker, I would like to call Mr. Jorn Hogvalsta. Did I get that right? He's the CEO of Jorn Energy Corporations, or JEC. Sorry for the name, sir.
Good afternoon. First of all, I would like to thank you, the Norwegian Embassy and all others involved in this arrangement, and thank you for the invitation. Let me find out this one first. So developing offshore oil fields in the North Sea is very comparable to developing an offshore wind field in the Philippines. There are many similarities. First of all, we have the same wind level. We have slightly harsher wave levels in the North Sea than here, but we do not have earthquakes, so that's a new challenge for us. We decided to take our expertise from the North Sea. I have more than 40 years background from oil field developments in the North Sea, and use our learning to make an offshore wind developments here in the Philippines, together with a local team here of specialized personnel who are very familiar with the permitting systems and also the legal systems in general. My team here is led by Ati Gladys Nalda, who has done a marvelous job, and we are well ahead and well going for our permitting system, and we hope to get our first development within, or first service contract within the next 6 to 12 months. We have an operational structure here where we have a GIC, which is the mother company in the Philippines. It's a Philippine registered company. We do our developments and make sure them ready to build, and thereafter we spin them out to development SPVs, and we invite heavier investors and for the actual development itself. We have a backing from the Norwegian Green Entrance, which is a turbine supplier, and below that we have also a group of subcontractors for this turbine from Europe. That's Germany with Beckhoff, and we have also Vikov from Czechia and Alconsa from generators in Spain. So it's quite mixed Europe. We also have some backing and expertise from power transmission, which we will bring along here. So far, we have had two areas where we have applied for developments, and we have so far been granted one certificate of authority with the Hawaii in Ilocos Norte, and we have also one COA with near Tingloy in Batangas. We have for the Ilocos Norte development, we are looking to develop 8 turbines first. The total potential up there is 300 megawatt, which is 25 turbines. For the Tingloy in Batangas, we plan to develop 10 turbines first, and thereafter we have a potential there also, which is a bit unclear for the time being before we have done the subsea survey. So if we look at our development in Ilocos Norte with the 8 turbines, we have, let me see, is there a pointer here? Yeah. So we are building out 8 turbines, and they will go in subsea cables roughly 2.8 kilometer into a shore staging point, and there we will send the power down to the Penini substation, which is 22 kilometers. We have there has been a discussion today about porting and capacities. Our concept is autonomous, so we plan to do all the rigging by coming in from sea, and we will assemble the turbines on the staging point and bring them offshore for installation. So this is our concept here. For the Tingloy Batangas solution, where it's a slightly different situation where we will install the turbines in one row along the island, along the coast there, and we will go directly to 15 kilometers to the substation in Ilihan. And we also plan to have our control centers near the NGCP substation in Ilihan. We have access to 2 offshore oil bases further up in the bay here, so we don't need to build a full new staging point, but we plan to collaborate with the existing energy service bases, which is already there. So this is where we are. We intend to do the Poway Ilocos Norte first, and then we will secondly start the Tingloy development. We are also looking to use bottom fixed deep water turbines. We can do them 50 to 120 meter water depth, and we will have a hub height around 125 meter. Turbines, they are 12 megawatts, and they are pretty much a second generation where we have tailored the whole turbine for offshore operation based on our experience and knowledge from the oil and gas business. So the key features for the turbines is known technology in new applications. So it's not a fully new thing, but it's proven components put together in a new way. We will have a tailored rotor design for each of the developments, and we will have refurbishment and repairs executed onshore. So this is our planning so far. So this was all for me. Thank you for listening, and if you do have questions, please contact me after the session.
Now let me call on Martinius Kostvai, HARS Commercial Manager of Fred Olsen 1848. Thank you.
Thank you. So I will be the odd one today. I'm not speaking about offshore wind, but floating PV. So I'll start talking about the different floating solar segments, and then I'll give you an introduction to our technology, BRISO, and then at the end I'll talk about or give you an introduction to our anchor mooring design for floating PV on hydro dams. So, but first, Fred Olsen. You have seen Fred Olsen previously, so we are quite a big group of companies, traditionally a shipping company, but now heavily involved in the renewable space. So you saw Philip presenting our jack-up installation vessels. I myself, I represent Fred Olsen 1848, so we are the R&D part of the group. And we work on floating PV and floating wind. So the different floating PV markets. So we have the inland market, which is a mature market. You have Sungro and Siletair, which is the established players, but their design is for small inland water bodies with limited environmental loads. And then you have offshore wind. No, sorry, offshore PV, which is often seen as a combination or co-located with offshore wind. So this is still a bit immature and quite expensive. And then finally, we have the nearshore space where we play in. So this is typically areas where you have waves between 1 and 4 meter HS, so up to 8 meter peak waves. So this is typically what you see in Manila Bay or in Laguna Lake. So you can have these wave conditions even at inland water bodies, and especially in countries like the Philippines, where we're exposed to typhoons. So here, you know, even a small water body will experience waves above, you know, this traditional technologies can handle. And actually, Asian Development Bank has been the driver for the nearshore market. It's been, or they have already announced 2 tenders. One of them is concluded. And I really want to give praise to ADB for driving this market. So a couple of projects to highlight, it's Tuvalu and Kiribati. So these projects are either under tendering or concluded. And you know, it might look small to the offshore wind guys, the installed capacity here, but you know, on FPV, you can actually make these projects financially viable, and that's really the beauty of solar. Now over to our technology. So it looks very similar to the traditional systems out there. You know, it's based on the same components, it's just put together in a different way. And so the main structure is based on standard marine ropes, and then we anchor each individual panel and floater into this rope mesh. So the key difference between our system and the more traditional systems out there is that there's no physical connection between the floaters. That means that there will be no load transfer from one floater to the next one, but the forces will be taken up by the ropes, and it will then go down to the mooring system. We also do O&M a bit differently. So instead of installing these floating walkways, we have designed our own O&M catamaran, which has access to all parts of the system. So with this, you can do components exchange or general maintenance with this vessel. You can see it has rotating brushes in front for cleaning, for example. So this has also been built and tested at our test facility in Norway, and it works great. It's based on these 3 megawatt building blocks, which we have over the past years worked hard on verifying because there haven't been any standards for FPV. So, but luckily the standards was just released, and we also just received our statement of conformity. So within a couple of weeks or months, we aim to be the first company to actually comply with the new standards and receive the statement of compliance. So, but at least now BRISO is verified for the conditions of the Philippines, meaning typhoon or category 5 wind speeds, category 5 typhoons, and then also wave heights up to 3.5 meter HS or 7 meter peak. Lastly, floating PV on hydro dams. So the main challenge here is actually to cope with the changes in water level. So we have made a solution for that. It's called a tension buoy. And it's actually very simple. It's just a standard buoy with a winch on top, and then a lot of tech in the programming, of course. And the key purpose of the buoy is to keep the floating array in the same position at all times while keeping the moorlines tensioned. And we do this by in two ways. We first measure the water depth, of course, and then secondly, we have a GPS sensor on the array itself. And with these two factors, we know exactly which buoy to tension and by how much. So it's quite simple, but it works great. And we have piloted this together with EDP in Portugal. So this is a site where you can experience up to 30-meter annual water level variation. And just this winter, we experienced 15-meter water level variation just in 1 month. So this is a good test site for us. And this is also a product that we hope to bring to the market soon. And that was it for me. So if you find this interesting, please reach out to me or my colleague Hector during the break. Thank you.
Now we would like to call on Miss Irene Maxine A. Imperial. She is the Business Development and Regional Proposal Manager of DNV.
So hello, good afternoon, everyone. My dear colleagues in the industry. So I will be presenting here now the key challenges in FPB project in development. So I will proceed with, or I will skip the introduction part of the DNV since my colleague there already introduced DNV here. So yeah, let us skip this one. Just this one. So these are the DNV offices across the Asia Pacific. And we have here in Manila, Philippines, which is located in Pasay, just across the Mall of Asia. So let's start with the key challenges in FPV project. First, during the design phase challenges. So for this slide, we are looking at the key site specific environmental challenges that can significantly influence how the system is designed and how it will actually perform over time. So first on the water depth. So this is important because it directly affects how we will actually design the system. So in some sites, water depth is just still and consistent, while in other sites, for example, like reservoirs or coastal areas, it can vary quite a lot. So these variations can actually, or you need to consider carefully, because this will change how you will actually secure the system and maintain stability. Next is wind speed. We are not just looking at average wind conditions, but also the extreme conditions like storms or typhoons. Wind speed and direction can both influence the loads acting on the system. And these factors are critical when designing the structural and mooring layout to ensure that it can actually withstand the forces safely. Next is the wave height. Even in inland water bodies, waves can be developed due to wind. So these create dynamic forces on the floating structure. It is not just actually the height of the waves that we're talking about, but it is actually how frequently it occurs. Because repeated wave actions can actually lead to wear and fatigue in the mooring system over time. Lastly, we have the waterbed conditions. The type of soil or seabed, regardless, or whether it's a rock, sand, or a softer material, defines which kind of anchoring solutions can you actually use. So different conditions require different approaches. So understanding the geotechnical profile is essential for a reliable and secure mooring system. No two sites are the same. All of these environmental factors must be assessed early and in detail because they form the basis of a safe, robust, and cost-effective system design. So this one highlights the integration of code-based and site-specific FPV wind data. On the left side, the Eurocos, these provide the baseline reference wind velocities for structural design, typically based on regional extreme wind conditions and standard return periods. In the middle, the site-specific wind data, high-resolution temporal wind data at 10-meter elevation. It captures journal and seasonal variability, which is actually critical for assessing operational loading and fatigue behavior. On the right side, which is the wind frequency rows, this is a directional distribution of wind, which actually allows optimization of array orientation and mooring layout. And this is essential for evaluating asymmetric loading and prevailing wind-induced forces. So overall, combining standardized design inputs and site-specific met-ocean data enables more accurate load modeling and optimized system design. So the wave conditions for FPV. So this section outlines the key wave condition considerations for FPV system design, particularly for inland and nearshore applications. While FPV operates relatively milder in a relatively milder environment, compared to offshore, wave-included loads still govern important details as aspects such as floater stability, mooring loads, and structural fatigue. So the primary reference for this is the DNV-GL RPC 205, which is actually supplemented by ISO and Coastal Engineering Standard, which provide methodologies for wave characterization, modeling, and load assessment. So the objective is to define wave conditions, both operational and extreme, to ensure robust and reliable system design. So for the construction phase, let me just go through because we don't have much time. So this slide highlights key site infrastructure and spatial constraints that influence FPV project feasibility and design. So for the access to the site, how is the access to the site? Existing road, new road must be built. So road accessibility directly impacts constructability. Limited access may require new infrastructure, affecting cost and logistics. For the laydown and launching area, which is the sufficient area for laydown, sufficient space is required for assembly, staging, and launching of floating units, which can be critical constraint in confined sites. For the necessary land areas, of course, onshore facilities, including site offices, substations, and O&M infrastructure, must be accommodated within the available footprint. For the grid connection, which is the transmission line and distance to grid interconnection point, proximity and accessibility to a suitable reconnection or interconnection point are a key, as transmission distance and constructability directly affect project viability and capex. So these factors must be assessed early as they drive both design optimization and overall project feasibility. So this slide focuses on launching area conditions, which are critical for construction methodology and logistics planning. FPV systems are typically assembled onshore, so adequate space is required for laydown, pre-assembly and staging of floaters and modules before deployment. The interface between land and water, such as slope, bearing capacity, and accessibility, directly affects the feasibility of launching and installation approach. So insufficient or constrained launching areas can become a key bottleneck impacting construction efficiency, cost, and project schedule. So for the operational phase challenges, first, we have this will highlight the key O&M considerations related to soiling, particularly from bird activity. So soiling such as bird droppings can cause localized shading, leading to mismatch, losses, and potential hotspot formation, as seen in the thermal image. So just to summarize, since we don't have much time left, so these are the standards. Let me just quickly go through it. So these are the standards for floating renewables, as mentioned by Martin earlier. So overall, these standards aim to formalize design and practices and improve bankability and reliability, enabling standardization across FPV projects. So you can always reach out to me for more information regarding this. Thank you.
Okay, since we're in a hurry, we'll now go to safety and offshore. We would like to call Mr. Paul Richard Santiago, International Business Developer of Hilti Asia Pacific, and he will be followed by Hee Wook Huang, Sales Team Manager for Glamox. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. So, to start with, let me start with a brief introduction of Hilti and Ogland. So, in the offshore industry, Ogland System is now a fully owned entity by Hilti Corporation. Ogland is a company specialized in modular support system and cable management system. While Hilti, on the other hand, is highly specialized in anchoring, fire stops, and installation systems. Now, together, the synergy of these two companies now brings relevance into the offshore markets, particularly in providing integrated solutions for cable management systems that are type tested and been deployed in a lot of different offshore projects, not only on offshore wind, but in other offshore assets as well. So let's now put things into perspective. When we talk about offshore wind, the bigger, the better. And what does it actually mean? What we're seeing outside is we're seeing a simple structure, but bigger offshore wind turbines means bigger power output and thus bigger power cables. And that's where complexity comes into play. So offshore wind business is all about heavy steel fabrication. And these are some of the complexities in offshore wind. So we commonly see this not only on offshore wind, but other offshore projects, heavy lifting, welding and hot works, adaptability to changes, and high-skilled labor, particularly in harsh environments. And owing to high voltage cables, when we talk about high voltage cables, we're talking about high short circuit currents. And with high short circuit currents, structurally designed supports has to be in place. And when we talk about high voltage cables, cable management become complex because there are a lot of different stakeholders acting on one plane. Like there will be high engineering costs for cable clits, for cable ladders, for supports. Then the welded structures, if we think about the transition piece, the towers, we're talking about confined spaces, welding and confined spaces on the transition bay and the onshore, welding and confined spaces as well. And then hot works. Now, this is where a modular supports comes into play, combined with fastening on steel, cold work fastening and steel technologies. So with this, we're actually eliminating skilled labors, eliminating or reducing hot works, reducing heavy lifts. So we're decreasing a lot of structural steel supports on this. And these are some of the samples of the applications that we had with the combined Hilti and Oakland in the transition piece, towers, and jackets. So we had grating fixing, modular supports, platform and handrail, and fire stops. So some of the recent sample that we did, wherein we partnered with the EPCI, is the VEA Mathe scope, wherein we provide LB and HB containment, platform and lighting interface to the Siemens Tower. So this is a transition piece. We provide modular supports for RA cable in the transition piece. And this includes short circuit calculations. And some of the samples on substation HVDC, we had grating fixing, platform, modular supports again, because of the complexity of the cable management system on an HVDC platform or an offshore substation. So overall, we offer long-term competitiveness. So as I mentioned, offshore is about reducing weight in the total foundations, towers, substations. So reducing weight means reducing investment, reducing money. Installation time, 75%. This is owing to bolted modular support system, taking a lot of HSC exposures caused by welding. Then engineering, we save on 35% owing to the pre-engineered system that we have. And then as a final message here, our offshore wind only brings sustainability if we design this and constructed with sustainable solutions. Yep. And some of the other projects that we had, we act as a partner to different EPCI scopes, EPCI companies and owners here, like Dragados, McDermott, Aker Solutions, that's been present in the offshore market. And that's it. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I'm Hugh from the Gromax. Today, I just want to say thank you for having me here. I will explain about some practical stuffs for you because it's a very tired time. Okay, Gromax, we provide the writing is for the very hazardous area and very, what can I say, they need some the safety. Then we provide the emergency writing and the evacuation and sort of the writing solution. To the oil and gas, this is same rig is operated in Australia. The summer temperature is coming to the 50 degree. Humidity also is more than 90%. And here is the fixed platform. Is Johannes Vendrum is located in the Arctic Sea. With the temperature average is minus 30 degree. And this one is the world first floating offshore wind farm. That is the high wind turbine. We also supplied our writing solution, writing and the writing management system, I would say. Yep. Our writing is operated at more than 60 countries. And our employees, 2,300 employees and 70 countries. Most of the production takes place in the European country. Yeah, this is a practical stuff. I think that we have supplied our emergency writing and our writing management system to the more than 50 offshore wind farm substations. Currently, I'm working on the Singapore. We are supplying the writing to the 2 gigawatt and HVDC offshore substation. We are building up the pole, and the McDermott, they also building up the 7. So totally 11 offshore substations. And now here is more interesting thing is that we supply the Taiwan more than the 10 projects up until now. So we currently contact with Formosa Pole. I think I just want to emphasize because I think that Taiwan, the weather is very similar as the Philippine weather, right? So the humidity also very severe and also the temperature. I read the newspaper last summer in the Manila is touched the 38.8 degree. It's true? It's something like that. Okay. So what can I say? Our technology is like that. Is LED is the weak point is heat. But the LED is a strong point at the very low temperature. So we know about the how to make the design. So our writing is endure 100,000 hours at 45 degree. That is we supplied many writings to the Taiwan offshore wind farm. And another thing is that we have it's kind of a fishery ground. Is if there is very sensitive at the fishery ground and the fishery livelihood in there. So the thing is that we provided the writing that is amber writing. It's small fish like anchovy and plankton. It's very weak, sensitive at the bluish color, LED color. The wavelengths between 400 nanometer to 450. Then food chain is coming to the small fish. That is a concern from the fishery man. So we are amber writing that the fish don't know about that they are turning on or off, and also the sea turtle. I know that the Filipinos also suffering about the instinct that the sea turtle around here. So we also use those writing for the sensitive area. And we also have a dark sky writing. This is a wildlife certification. So this is just to mitigate the light pollution. We know about the sky glow is very sensitive for the migration bird and the sea turtle. And this one, and we comply with the EN 50172. That is the emergency writing solution, and they require of the remote test system. So as you know well, is the offshore wind farm is there are no man, is a manned facility. So you can automatically test for the emergency writing with equipped with the battery. So our writing solution report automatically to you guys. Yeah, this is important. I know that the temperature is growing up. Is the newspaper so that we are the LED is very weak at the heat, so we developed our writing solution. So I will finish my presentation here, but if you have some question, then you can reach out. I have plenty of time here. Thank you.
Okay, now we go to a panel discussion on developing a Philippine offshore wind industry. So I'm going to call on John Dagstad of Norwep again, as he will moderate this session. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I would like to introduce my fellow panelists, which will be Porsche Ambrosio from ASEN. Are you here again, Porsche, this time from the whole, for the whole industry? There you are. And we will also have Mr. Julian Clark from ADB, as we will have Mr. Yuichiro-san. Excellent for coming. And we will have Mr. Francis again. Thank you so much. To discuss what we have been talking about most of this day. Have I missed someone? Gregory, are you here as well? There you are. Excellent. Thank you. Now, we have heard a bit about, or we have heard quite a lot about the challenges of developing an industry, both in terms of deploying, permitting. Please have a seat. Deploying the permitting processes, the regulation, the actual funding, financing, but also the supply chain issues from top to bottom, literally, because we have been digging into some of the details of the technical challenges as well in those supply chain presentations we had here at the end. Now, in this panel, we will discuss the current GA5, the impact on what developers might think of that in terms of how they will deploy their projects into the waters, but also how we will enable an industry to be built in the Philippines, or how that might enable an industry to be built in the Philippines. And we will look to how both infrastructure investments as well as manufacturing investments might be part of that. But before I dig into all the questions, Porsche said he will give some opening remarks. So please, Porsche, I'll leave the word to you. You can do that here if you'd like, but we can also be seated. Here you go.
Thank you, John. Good afternoon to everyone. I know we're approaching a difficult time in the day, but please bear with us. We'll try to make this as interesting as possible. Good afternoon, Yusek Mylene. So the Wind Energy Developers Association of the Philippines, next slide, please, is a trade association composed purely of wind developers with service contracts. And with that view, we are able to come up with with solid industry positions, which primarily push the advocacy. They're both onshore and offshore developers in the association, and as you can imagine, in the past 2 years, the offshore wind developers have taken center stage. So we have had a history of strong participation in the regulatory framework for RE. Since we were established back in 2010, we were very deeply involved in the development of the FIT system, the feed-in tariff system, including the RE payment agreement, working under the National Renewable Energy Board. And more recently, together with GWEC, and with the support of the Department of Energy and the Energy Regulatory Commission, we put together an offshore wind technical working group composed of developers, lenders, and other stakeholders to put forth our recommendations for the JF5. And I wish to thank again the Department of Energy for the support and the openness that they gave to the offshore technical working group in accepting and considering and accepting our major asks in putting together the terms of reference for the Green Energy Auction 5. So next slide, please. Oops. Okay. So we've taken the first steps into the Green Energy Auction 5, and the first one was a bankable framework. The big difference of the JF5 terms of reference from the previous Green Energy Auction rounds is that the REPA, or the RE payment agreement, is really considered or developed into a financiable document. Previous JA rounds, even going back to the FIT system, the REPA was awarded only upon completion or near completion of the RE plant. With that, we have to thank many of our lenders who've been supporting us since 2014, who have put their faith in the regulatory framework and financed the construction of these RE plants, even as there was no, what you would say, bankable document until construction. So for JF5, the REPA has been transformed or advanced in signing or award to before the construction of the plant, so that it may be used as a bankable document or financiable document for construction. Of course, our local lenders have much familiarity with the REPA system, but considering the magnitude of the financing that will be needed for offshore, we had international lenders to consider. And then next, we have the gear price at 11 pesos, considered by many to be the highest gear. Well, it's true, it's the highest gear price that's ever been approved by the Energy Regulatory Commission. But I'd like to remind the body that in 2014 or 2011, the gear price for solar, ground-mounted solar, was 968. And for a relatively uncomplicated technology such as ground-mounted solar, I think 11 pesos is a massive win for the industry in terms of something that is socially acceptable, but also something that the regulators, DOE and ERC, can stand behind. Okay, that said, we are now at our next steps in project execution. The Middle East conflict has unleashed a lot of strain on economic systems throughout the world, and there is real concern among the developers, not only for offshore wind but also for the participants in JF4, that the macroeconomic assumptions for the gear price and the bid may be under stress. Even now, because of the change because of the devaluation of the peso against the dollar, devaluation of the dollar against the yuan, which are the currencies which we will be operating with for the purchase of the equipment, there perhaps needs to be considered a one-time review of not only exchange rate, but perhaps also interest rates and inflation, which were the basis of the gear prices and the bids that were entered for JF4. We have a chance still with JF5 because we have not yet submitted our bids. Oh, sorry. All right. That's it. I think we have the other issues that are there. We can discuss with more length during the panel discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Portion. So sorry to break you off there a bit. I saw all the various topics you wanted to speak to us about, which are of course very much of interest, all of them. But I think we need to dig into the discussion. And since time is of essence, I need someone to tell me when the clock is when we are reaching, say, 5 o'clock, because I haven't got any watches on me. So, Porsche, I'd like to discuss with you first. All governments depend on their system, and the public support for decisions. So, do you think that the GEA5 process will increase public support and create, the right narrative for offshore wind in the Philippines, or is that important?
Yes, it's very important. I think together with the DOE and the ERC, the industry has to come forward with the narrative that the 11 pesos for gear price packs a lot of value, not just in the energy that it will produce from higher capacity factors from offshore, but also the industries that will be developed from it, a manufacturing industry, a workforce upskilling, and generally an improvement in the areas in which the turbines or the wind farms will be set up.
Great. And to enable the supply chain, you need to have viable projects. And viable projects, they need viable routes to the market in terms of delivering power. That means grid. And it also means a viable route to deploying those turbines in the sea. That means port. And those are the issues we will be discussing here as well, all leading up to the question of, the narrative of offshore wind altogether, because the public also needs to understand that it is of benefit to the society. Now, taking it from there and also pointing to some of the risks which we have been discussing earlier today in terms of grid and transmission, I hear in my naivety that there is a force majeure type contract, or that force majeure could be part of that contracting. Now, I'm just curious as to what that might mean, because there are various risks in postponement of large projects like these, because they have been incurring a lot of cost on the way. So even though there are no penalties, there might be a lot of cost implied, and there might be suppliers which are not able to deliver in the right time, and therefore turbines might not be manufactured because there is not a slot in the manufacturing line. So there are lots of issues around ports and grids in terms of postponement and challenges around that. But tell me, Gregory, from your interaction with governments, and maybe you have a few minutes just to give us a brief on that as well. What do you think, or how is the grid availability risk perceived there, and also how is the bankability of those projects influenced by those discussions of those risks?
Absolutely. Thank you, John, for having me today on this panel, and thank you all for joining me on the panel. It's great to be here. So I'm part of the IFC World Bank team that has been supporting the DOE in the design of GA5. The DOE has very kindly hosted us with a dedicated office embedded in their team. It's been a real pleasure to work with them and to see one good example of how a government has been actively and genuinely listening to the industry to see what changes were needed to make an auction viable in a pretty challenged industry. The offshore wind industry has gone through, as you know, most of you would know, has gone through lots of challenges over the past few years. European governments stumbled on that, and failed auctions were seen one after the other. Hopefully this one in Philippines will be a success. And if it is a success, I think a lot of the credit is really with the DOE and their active engagement and GWEC. And with that, I think we can recognize that the industry and these two organizations have played a key role in shaping a coherent voice for the industry that can be discussed with. So we were sitting with the DOE, advising them and sharing our global knowledge on offshore wind and what can be doable, responding to the queries and requests from the industry. That in itself, I think, is really the base for a constructive dialogue, not just about the auction, but out setting out what is the path for a scaled delivery in offshore wind. So we started the World Bank in 2022 with the roadmap that you've heard before. And that's not just looking at one project. And if I can come, John, to your question about how do we deliver on grid, on port, on bankability, it's thinking beyond the first project. We like to see thinking at scale across those topics. Offshore wind is really different from other technologies, as you would know, and that is a key one. There is a whole ecosystem around offshore wind that needs to be put in place. And 1 gigawatt is not enough. 3, 4 gigawatt is a good start. But really the ambition of DOE to deliver at scale in offshore wind is what can set the stage for investments in ports where there is a viable business case, investment in supply chain where the various companies from around the world see a case in investing into a new manufacturing facility, and in the population to see that there is an industry they can get trained on, go to university, develop skills to participate in, because that does not happen overnight. It happens if people see that there is a genuine scale in that industry. So We encourage all stakeholders, and including the DOE, we encourage them to think about beyond this auction, what are the next rounds of auction? How do we bring this industry to scale for visibility and scale? So that applies as well to our financing colleagues, and we'll hear a bit about ADB on that, but it's thinking about capital mobilization, not just for one project, but for a series of projects. One project is a big sort of capital to put together, but 5 or 6 projects is an enormous amount of capital to mobilize. Very liquid and capable banking market in the Philippines, but also there's some concentration of risk. The concentration of competence is going to require in the various parties involved around the financing. That becomes quickly a bottleneck if there is not enough understanding that there is a business case to invest into resources within banks, within stakeholders, build new teams, build new competencies to grab that opportunity. So I'll stop here. My message can be simplified in terms of this is about scale. It's about seeing the forest for the tree and trying to work with all stakeholders to making this happen. In GA5, we've set quite key changes from the previous rounds in discussion with industry and DOE. Some of them are plain vanilla bankability issues, like including step-in rights into the ancillary WESC, what was mentioned earlier by Anthony Posh, with the REPI being available earlier. There's a range of pure bankability points that have been introduced to facilitate the investment and the financing. But it's also about thinking through the risk allocation question you mentioned on grid and port. What does force majeure mean? Why do we introduce force majeure on those events? And it remains a shared risk. It doesn't mean it's a blank check from the government on those aspects. The industry is still carrying a significant amount of risk on port and grid. You need to realize that. Yes, there is a provision that delays COD, postpones draw on the bonds, but still the developers are carrying the fact that they have entered contract, they've made commitments, and now they need to renegotiate with their suppliers who may not have recognized the force majeure themselves under their contract.
Thank you.
I'll stop here. Thanks.
Thank you. I think we'll stop there. It's about scale and it's about, but it's also about the first projects and the way risk is handled by those project owners. And as you said, you won't get the first projects if you won't have the scale expectation. So it's both about expectation in terms of future projects and portfolio projects, but it's also about those projects today because they can't get it and you can't. So it's interactive. But Yoichiro, maybe you can tell us a bit more about the concerns of developers in terms of those risks, which we have been talking about, but there might be others as well. Please.
Yeah, thank you, John. Good afternoon, everyone. So I'm actually the investment banker at ADB's private sector operations department, leading the actual financing deal for many of these offshore wind deals. I would like to kind of join my colleagues in kind of appreciating the openness of DOE to engage in dialogue with industry players and financiers like us to kind of listen to the concerns. I think there was a really kind of genuine understanding that offshore wind is a slightly different animal from land-mounted solar or wind. I was sort of personally quite involved in sort of having dialogue with DOE sometimes through GWEC, sometimes bilaterally, sometimes together with some of the industry players. And I think, John, you brought up quite a good sort of example of one of the bankability points that we addressed, which was what happens if the project construction is delayed due to the port or the grid not being ready. And we already heard the one of the response that is that's kind of categorized as force majeure. Now that addresses the potential penalty for delay caused by those third-party assets, but it doesn't actually sort of address the loss of revenue, during the delay. And delay is not only caused by those port or transmission line. The offshore wind has kind of intrinsic complexity built in as compared to land-mounted solar or wind. So how do we sort of address those risks that are intrinsic to this sector? And one of the tools, well, there are many sort of aspects that ADB can bring to the table. One is the kind of the port side. I think my sovereign colleagues have been working with Department of Transportation and Philippines Port Authority in sort of funding the studies as to which port at which spec PPA has should really prioritize, and I think that's kind of coming to fruition. So that's one kind of way to address it. The other aspect is really financial engineering. So we are bringing to the table a piece of kind of blended financing tool within the financing package. And sometimes when we say blended finance, people mostly think about cheaper financing. But in this case, because these projects are so huge, the quantum of the blended finance piece that we can bring to the table is not going to move the needle in terms of bringing down the overall financing cost. So we are structuring the blended finance in a way that can really de-risk or sort of address certain pain points of the project, and actually sort of delay or cost overrun risk is one of them. By having the blended finance piece as a contingency facility that can be drawn down to fund potential cost overrun. And repayment of that particular tranche would be subordinated to the senior debt. For example, I'm just kind of bringing these as an example. That way, it can actually address the construction risk in a way that doesn't hurt the other senior lenders in a way that is beneficial to the senior lenders. So yeah, there are sort of a number of value adds that ADB is bringing to the table. I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Those are interesting perspectives in terms of how private investors might, or private funders might think of various risks and how they might be mitigated also contractually. I think I'll skip the line a bit and then I'll jump to you, Julian, to talk about the genuine opportunity of the offshore wind value chain, creating an industry. And of course, as we speak of these risks and we speak of the perception of offshore wind, these are also the perceptions of offshore wind in the Philippines by the financiers. So all risks in terms of infrastructure, in terms of delays, in terms of potential non-insurability, which I think might be a big issue here as well. How does this affect the ability to deliver the supply chain? And vice versa, how does the ability to deliver a reliable supply, how does that again affect the financiers who are needed to make those projects bankable? Because there are lots of interactions here in terms of understanding why risk and risk averseness is so difficult for this industry, because they're very complex as well. So Julian.
Thank you very much, and thank you for inviting me here today. It's a pleasure to be talking on this panel. So whereas these guys are coming from the private sector side, I'm on the trade and regional integration side. We've just finished a major study with the energy sector team on the wind turbine value chain. So the extent to which different countries in ASEAN are contributing different parts to the manufacture of wind turbines and bringing them here. So there's been a lot of discussion about how to develop actual manufacturing of wind turbines here, over and above the private sector aspect of investing in contracts. And what we found is that while Philippines has certain comparative advantages in, say, upstream, extractive industries, some construction, offshore marshalling, and so on, it is critically dependent on imported and intermediate goods, particularly anchored in China. And the Philippines at present, although a fairly open trading economy, has particular barriers to trade called technical standards, which are slowing down imports and acting as an obstacle to investment. So the extent to which these can be addressed at a policy level will contribute to some of the de-risking that's been talked about from private sector colleagues. So given we're very short of time, I'll leave it there and we can get into more details shortly.
Thank you so much, Julian, and I encourage all of you also to have comments on the other larger opening comments here. But then, Francis, I'll turn to you then, because you're supporting the development of industry in a more structured way in the Philippines. Now, I could ask you, will there be turbine manufacturing on the Philippines? But I can also ask you, yes, will there be turbine manufacturing? But will there be enough resource use in terms of the not only materials, but it's workforce, it's a lot of issues around supply chain, so a knowledge creation as well, capacity building. So how do you go about that in terms of organizing the supply chain possibilities in the Philippines, but also how do you interact with the regional and potentially international support that you can have in terms of building that supply chain? We had a talk around the region, of course, based on the ADB study, and we are here from Norway, which is far away. So how can you utilize us and how can you utilize the region in terms of building that supply chain in the Philippines?
Thank you, John. So the Board of Investments, you saw in my presentation earlier, we are a government agency. Correct that OSW Offshore Wind is a different kind of animal. There's a lot of uncertainties. There's a lot of risks. So the Board of Investments gives out these fiscal incentives to de-risk the projects, right? But we also recognize at the Board of Investment that fiscal or tax incentives is not enough to completely de-risk the project. So one of the programs that we're really supporting is the supply chain development. So we have different sectoral initiatives for the, say, for example, shipbuilding, for cement, for steel, for mining. There's a presentation earlier on the mineral to manufacturing. We also have that similar program at the Board of Investments. So basically what I'm trying to say is that we are for local supply chain development. However, on the specific question as to the capacity of the Philippines for turbine manufacturing, we don't see it in the short term, medium term, perhaps in the long term. There's a lot of things that we have to fix first at this level. You mentioned that there's a lot of trade related issues which need to be resolved, so that at least in the short term or medium term, where we're still, developing our competencies or competitiveness rather on these industries, at least importation will be eased out. It's within our mandate because under EO 18, the Board of Investments is actually empowered to liaise and negotiate with all, many government agencies, and it's called our Green Lane Service. So I think that's all for the Board of Investments. We're kind of small agency trying to do a lot of things.
But you are making us aware of all the incentives which are available for industry to develop within this area as well, which is, of course, very important. Now, I prepared a couple of questions, but I think I'll skip the first one and say, we speak about bankability and we speak about the interaction between all of these risks. One risk might make another one more challengeable. So there are variations of that. But if I can ask you and the whole panel, because I think we're running short of time, really, what is the single most important action which is required to make the Philippine offshore wind investable at scale? I mean, scale was mentioned, but I'll put it to Julian here. Because you also work with public funding of projects as well as supply chain.
Yeah. Okay. So as we've heard from our colleagues, I mean, we will not be producing wind turbines from beginning to end here in the Philippines for a long time. So that's why these frictions around the border and around trade are very critical to address. And therefore, by reducing these frictions, we can take advantage of our comparative advantage in the value chain and facilitate investment from there. So I'll leave it there. If you have any follow-up questions, happy to engage.
Maybe some of the other panelists would have a comment to that. Greg, you might have some scalability issue around that as well.
Yeah, I think I've hammered the point about scale already, so maybe I'll change horse for a moment. I think the single most important thing that the Philippines as a whole can keep doing is to maintain that dialogue, keeping the finger on the pulse with where the industry is going. It's going through very fast changes, and what today is needed for GA5 to be investable and then ultimately financeable, it will be different from what will be needed in 2 years, and even more in 5 years. This industry is changing so much and so fast that keeping that finger on the pulse, I think, is the single most important attitude to scale.
Now, I went to Taiwan in 2017. That was in the beginning of the Taiwanese development of offshore wind, and we discussed the same things. Now, they had a very strict localization policy in terms of this is where you have to build the various type components for the turbines. And that was kind of stretched over many years in terms of a strategy to build an industry. Do you have something like that in the Philippines? And similarly, how does that affect bankability of projects in terms of interaction with international suppliers of international supply in other cases?
Yeah, that's a very good point and a very important point for any country who engages in offshore wind. How do we ensure that we build some local value in our economy, in our workers? In general, we tend to advise governments not to set local content requirements, specifically based on the experience of Taiwan. It has hurt the Taiwanese program for many years, and they were able to overcome that by essentially moving away from this or restructuring those local content requirements to essentially shift to a more of an incentive approach. This is what we advise government to do, is to think about how to encourage through the BOI and participation with MDBs and others to encourage investment rather than force it. Because those requirements, if they become rules in the tender or in the documents, get in the way of risk assessment, pricing, and ultimately bankability, because it becomes a risk for lenders if there's too much constraint about how the projects get delivered.
Thank you. One more question, and I'll put it to you, Yoshihiro-san. When we approach next year, and agreements should be signed at the stage, do you think there will be postponements? You might not want to answer that, but another question is, will you be able to mitigate risk to the extent that private funders will underwrite these investments?
Yeah, thank you, John. Well, I hope, well, nobody wants to see delay, right? I think basically, GR Round 5 TOR is fairly kind of, balanced in terms of risk allocation. And the remaining risks are really those that are, like I said, intrinsic to the sector. Construction risk because of the offshore nature or nearshore nature. And those, as I explained, we have tools to somewhat mitigate. But it's important that we are trying to mitigate man-made or, make it more kind of, gender neutral, human-made risks. Human-made risks should really be kind of dealt with in the contractual arrangement. And I think we got there. So in terms of de-risking, we are kind of dealing with the offshore nature of offshore nature construction risk, which is a good sign. But coming back to your point, I think really we now would like to see implementations by all parties, including the government, to develop certain sort of ports at certain places, and to upgrade the grid, because that will be important for the next wave, like scalability, as you said. Thank you.
Thank you. If there are no additional comments from the panel, I think we will all give them a big hand and thank you all for participating. Thank you so much, all of you. I'll actually say hi at the same time. That beforehand. Thank you. Thank you, boss. You can have a before. Thanks so much, Francis. Excellent. Thank you. We can have a panel. Yeah, we'll have a quick photo. Yes, can have it here. There we go. There. Is anyone discussing local content requirements here? I don't think so. That would be all. You want to, should I introduce or do you want to? Okay. Thank you so much, and I'm grateful for all of you who are staying. There will be some drinks and food afterwards, so you will be rewarded. But before that, I think we have another developer in the room, which who has been listening in on this discussion, and I would very much like to hear his and that company's perception, because it is an international developer which has been developing early stage projects in emerging areas like the Philippines, but also which was one of those companies which was delivering offshore wind to Taiwan at an early stage. So please, Rune, I see you are there. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you.
Thank you. And I hope you had a little bit more patience. I realize we're a bit over time, and I actually looked at the food, but they wouldn't allow me to taste it before. I also hope we can make it a bit interactive. I realize now you have heard a few presentations. Jon said that he would ask me questions, so I hope he makes good of his words. But before that, I will just introduce what we are and a few words about what we do here in Philippines, and maybe echo some of the words of challenges that we see. First of all, I represent Copenhagen Infrastructure Partners. I have the mandate of leading our adventure here in Philippines, which is to a large extent our offshore adventure. We started in March 23. I actually came here in January 24. So I have been part of seeing some of the development. I came from Taiwan, as Jon mentioned. So I was actually part of the first 2 turbines installed outside of China back in 2017 with a local Taiwanese company. So that's a few years ago. They were 4 megawatt turbines, so we don't see much of these anymore. CIP is a global fund investor. They have raised 32 billion euros, which is about $34 billion US dollars, have approximately 20 gigawatt under operation, and have done just about 60 large-scale projects. If you take a look at the projects that has been completed, you will see that there is a blended in technology. So there's offshore, onshore, solar, battery, etc. It is exclusively renewable energy. That's the mandate. most of the funds comes from pensions, sovereign funds, or insurance companies or the likes. You will see that it's also spread across most continents, with APAC being the smaller part, but that's not for offshore. Actually, APAC is the bigger part for offshore wind. Here is a few examples of big investments, and up on the furthest left, you will see the first project done in Korea, offshore wind, which was completed last year. It was 100 megawatt offshore. If we zoom in on the offshore, we have completed about 3 gigawatt with another 1 gigawatt in construction. The first few projects we did was in Europe. So there was one in Germany, one in UK. And then CIP ventured into Taiwan. Now they have completed 2 projects compiling of 300 plus 600 megawatt. And there is a third one in construction of 500 megawatt. We're also on the verge of have completed the first large-scale project in US, 800 plus megawatt. It's a little bit of eager to finish it before there will be a stop or halt again from certain individuals in US that doesn't like offshore wind. You also see, if we zoom in on our pipeline, that we have Philippines here with 2 gigawatt of offshore wind. Before we zoom in on what we're actually doing here, I want to give you a few examples of what we did in Asia Pacific region. So we also had the pleasure of taking the DOE Secretary Yusek Guevara to see one of our projects, Shangfao Xidao in Taiwan. So we actually had her on a DP2 vessel, and she got to almost so close that she could touch it. And as well, Attorney Potts and others joined us for that trip. So we are particularly advanced in our development in Asia Pacific, and here under also Philippines. So we have 3 sites of offshore wind in Philippines. We have one that we can call our front runner, which is our San Miguel project of approximately 1 gigawatt. Our ambitions is to build that project first and then build on all of these experiences and learnings, replicating basically what we did in Taiwan and in Korea when we ventured there. We think we have the right ingredients to succeed. CIP brings technology experience, offshore experience from a team of, let's say, offshore natives. And then we have partnered with Ayala Group ASEN for 25%, and they bring vast experience in building renewable energy in Philippines. So we believe that this blended is the right for success. We have done similar in other countries as well. In Korea, we did it with a local partner. In Thailand, for the second project, we did it with a local partner. In US, we did it not with a local, but we also did it with a partner. Our ambition here is to be here for the long term. We have an office. I was the first. Now I think we have 45 people in the office. So we're actually looking to expand because we've grown out of the office. We have a team of mixed of offshore native expats and local people. We probably have about 1/4 being foreigners, about 3/4 being locals. We especially see here that we can tap in to existing renewable energy industries like onshore wind, like solar. So we do find a lot of excellent staff locally. We set out to develop this starting in 23. We accelerated in 24, and I'm pleased to say that we have completed the first surveys. We have completed feed designs. We have done full surveying of environment. We are due to soon submit our ECCs. We were the first to get our pre-development ECC. We have started procurement about 2 years ago. So we are close to selecting some of our first contractors or partners. And we have worked very closely with all local industry partners and not least government. So I also would like to give my gratitude to DOE, ERC, DNR, who's been very welcoming and working closely with us on certain issues that we have seen along the way. I wanted to finish off with a few challenges. Although I think we come a long way, some of these remains still intact. Grid, I think, is for scale the one key issue. There needs to be more stabilization of the grid. Infrastructure, I think PPA with DOE has shown willingness to now construct ports. I think it's important that we see these ambitions becoming real. We have worked very closely with bank sector, so we have done several workshops with the local banks as well the international. I think the willingness is there. I'm hoping that the confidence is also there in the industry. Philippines is a complicated offshore arena. There are typhoons, so we have to design and cater for those. I think, although I didn't put it here, I also want to echo what Attorney Potts said earlier. I think the war we are now seeing in Middle East has certain, hopefully short-term effects on the industry, not only offshore, but we do see a weakening peso and increasing interest rate. So that's some of the challenges that we are facing these days. And I will invite all the parties, associations, and co-developers to continue working closely with us to accommodate those. And then, any questions?
Yes, you said I told you beforehand that I would have a question or two to you. And while I've been learning a lot throughout this day, and we've had this discussion, and you've been listening in to that as well, I believe. Just a quick question to you. We won't take too much time there, but what are your two biggest concerns when it comes to delivery of these projects on time?
If we zoom in on the on time, I think the main challenge or confidence we need to convince ourselves is that the upgrade of the grid and the port will indeed be there on time. I think that would remain a concern until completion. Although that we will be exempted and there will be force majeure, I think it was mentioned by Pia earlier, you know, a delayed or stranded project costs 10 times more than a relief of penalties. I think we shouldn't neglect the short-term impact of the war in Middle East. I think the market is impacted. We see it on the peso, we see it on the interest rates, and I personally hope that that's a short swing, but right now it is restraining not only offshore. I'm sure the industry as a whole.
Thank you, Rune, and let's give Rune a big hand for that.
Okay, I'll make the key takeaways very quick. But throughout the entire session, I mean, on all the sessions, you have witnessed, or our Department of Energy has discussed our aggressive target, and that's 35% in 2030 of renewable energy. So that's, we are meeting the apparent crisis head on. So we have an aggressive target. This government, we have to commend this government, despite everything that you hear in the news, our Department of Energy and our Energy Regulatory Commission and our other government agencies have practically de-risked investment in offshore wind. You've heard about the allowing 100% foreign ownership. They have open green energy auction programs. So they have done their part to de-risk the investment. Is it perfect? No. But you know, in Filipino, we have this saying, malayo na, pero malayo pa. But if there's anything, John, as a Filipino, I'm speaking for everyone, we are a very resilient nation. And we've come a long way. I know there are so many naysayers about offshore wind projects, but I'm confident that the Filipinos have conquered or overcome so many other bigger challenges, and we're ready for offshore wind.
Thank you so much. And also on behalf of the other organizers, the Norwegian Embassy, GWEC, GOA might still be here, ADB. Just a couple of comments. As you all know, and might now also know better, it's a very complex industry. And as you are starting an industry in the Philippines based on a world in which geopolitics is changing rapidly, and which is also changing the framework of the financiers or the project developers or of those suppliers which you need, or of the offtake pricing of power even, this has to be rapidly also understood by those who are driving that industry forward. So I think in terms of limiting risk, creating the right environment for a good viability, i.e. forward-looking understanding for the whole industry is highly important to both developers, but also to those who wants to invest in the supply chain. So thank you, and thank you for staying on with us.